we made it, and hopefully with a setup that's going to work. So we did attempt it yesterday and it didn't quite work, and we attempted it again today and we think we're there. So time will tell, won't it? So we're on the StreamYard dashboard, so we're not sure what it's like in YouTube. It's probably just the same as what we've watched when we've watched stuff like this. We're trying to get the comments page back. There's a comment. Oh, that's one that we posted. So look, we've got multiple camera setups. Don't remove it because that will cause chaos. So here's our box opening. So the first question is, do you want pink and yellow or purple and yellow? So have a decide on that. Write a comment down of whether you prefer pink or purple, and then we'll get that set up. And then we've also got this page here. So let's see, we can do all three at once. There we go, we'll do that for now. And we got a homemade elderflower champagne. So we've just got this down to see if it'll do a bit of a pop. No, we should have got the other one. Not to worry. I'm not going to move now to get it just for a pop. So how's your day going? Have you got lovely sunshine where you are? Okay. We've got the windows open because it's hot, so you have to deal with background noise. Cheers. To Cancer sun season. Today is the Leo moon. So we've got the internal Leo moon with the heart and the upper back. And then we've got the cat, which has got our Zendaya, our cat down there. The window's open for you, sweetheart. And then we've got, so what do we say? The Leo moon, which is the internal heart and upper back. So there's going to be our energetic threads linking us from the internal heart and the upper back area to the external of Cancer. This is how we experience and perceive it, which is your chest area, your breasts and your stomach. Hi Amy, 444. Cheers. Do you want pink or purple, Amy, seeing as you're here? It's been a long time, hasn't it? We've got our crystals. We might just hold our shungite cylinders. What's she going to choose, pink or purple? I reckon she might choose pink. I shouldn't say that though, we don't want to influence. And then the message came in. You probably wrote it just before we said that. I thought we were saying that because you chose it. And that's great that you said pink, because this is the Fruma Healing Oracle deck. And it's Russell from @Rustling Around that has created this deck. He's the founder, the main guy, and then he got an artist to do the artwork. He channeled the poems, which are incredible. Cathy has been from Twittyverse, has been the logistical superwoman, and then you've got Reem and Rob. Rob's not on YouTube anymore as a tarot reader. Reem's @The Rare Gazelle. The information should be in the description box, but really everything went a bit kind of chaotic. And then who else is there? You've got Eve from Everlong Mystic and Patrick @Rio who they kind of filtered through the lens of. So there's a big thing about the pink alien. So we're hoping the choice will be pink, because we've got our pink cutting board here to open it up. We're just going to wait and see if a few other people come on, but it wouldn't surprise us if they don't, because we've been at it. Let's see if we can get these camera angles set up. We have just spent hours for the last couple of days doing all this. We did end up going live and doing a reading for someone yesterday in the end, because we weren't going to give up. How's your summer going, Amy? So we're going to do the box opening, and then we do a double bite no more. Our little ones are really liking the free camera setup, so it's made it all worthwhile. And the pink really looks good and complements it, especially with the nails. We're going to invest in some material, but we weren't allowed to do it unless we got these. Look at the camera up there. Unless we got these, unless we did these lives and got it set up and shown we can do it. Now here we have one camera. We ended up spending $49 on a month subscription of StreamYard, which we didn't actually need. And the setup that we originally did yesterday in one of the shorts that came through on the short lives was exactly this, but there was feedback and it just triggered us. And we were then going to give up, and it's like, no, we'll just do a live anyway. But all we needed to do was put in headphones. So put headphones in. This one's on charge. That can't be on charge because the headphone and the charge thing's the same, which is a bit daft, really. Oh, we can actually hear our voice come out the headphones. That's a bit trippy. And this is a sock. It's tied round with a sock because this is a boom arm for a microphone that we bought that we sent back. And then to do a top-down view, a bird's eye view, all got really complicated, and we need a boom arm tripod. And so it's all a bit of a cowboy, cowgirl style-esque. Yellow sunshine nails. Thank you. Yes, we've got a load of different nail colours. We got them at Christmas for our little ones. So we're kind of gonna do coloured material that's not velvet. It's just gonna be cotton, and then the opposite of that colour. So like blue and yellow, orange and purple, red and green, whatever colour the material is, we're going to do the opposite of our nails, because, well, we're all about the sensory systems. It's about colour healing, crystal healing, gardening, food healing, numerology, pictology, patternology. So it's about subtly stimulating all of the sensory systems, the words being the least important, especially for us with our processing language disorder, rare dyslexia, because we get our words upside down, back to front, inside out. And so the most important energy we're sending out is through our heart electromagnetic field to the other, to you, so that you receive that information through your heart electromagnetic field, because there's more neurons in our heart than in our brain. And the deeper we go into our heart being in a healthy way, not in excess or deficient, then that balance goes out further. And then the spirit, then since about 2013-14, when we became a Reiki master, it was all about the intention of the highest good for all, especially us. We kind of learned that one a bit later. So especially the next generation of children's mother guide nature. But we want the other person to gain the experiences that are best suited for them, to give them the smoothest, funnest, easiest ride on the journey of evolution, the journey inwards, evolution inwards to self-discovery, self-development, to be what we want to see in the world, to escape the drama triangle and the current societal programming, because it's harmful and it's not inclusive of everyone, and this is something that's deep. We're deeply passionate about, and it really gets us. And so the healing, this Lifruma healing oracle deck, when everything went a bit chaotic for us, we needed support, but there wasn't anyone or company or group or anything that could support us. So we were desperate. So you start speaking to the invisible, to God, to nature, to whatever, and coming from multiple aspects of us, self, which it's not just like when one embarks on what they call a spiritual journey, we're still finding our words that suit us. But when one does start on the spiritual journey, they tend to think of themselves as one identity, one self, and then realize they kind of get a bit fragmented and confused as identity changes and as all these different archetypal energies come into play of who are we in what different situation and what energetics. But for us, that's manifested into the physical because of our unique experiences when we were younger, which from the current societal view is a victim and vulnerable and weak, and we do fall all into that in lots of ways because we're still so open at the moment, but we are managing to understand our body through our yoga and much more on a deeper level, and we're navigating outwards from the depths of the subconscious psyche, but also the heights of the superconscious psyche, which is kind of relates into our different channels then. It's the shorter, slower, denser, compressed energy, expansive energy, which is the past. It's all the data information of all our experiences that have already happened, that are stored in our connective tissue, our fascia, our body. And then the future is yet to be manifest, it's yet to be created. It's the faster wavelengths, it's everything from above the heart chakra and everything below the heart chakra for the physical seen, tangible world, and the unseen, non-tangible world up here. The tangible world is our soul energetics incarnated into physical form to experience the tangible seen reality through our 5 physical senses, to understand pleasure and pain from an experiential point of view. And this is from our learnings. Whereas, and that's, then there's the 6th internal multi-energetic sense, which is all the 5 physical senses, and then there's a few others. It's your clairaudience, your claircognizance, your clair olfactory, your psychic smelling, your psychic hearing, your psychic seeing, your psychic sensing. Now for us, with what happened as a child, a lot of our senses got cut off, so inside we're dark, and the best way of, not dark as in attachments of a dark negative conceptualization, there is just what there is. It's only when we're in the victim consciousness, the duality reality, the society we're currently in, where you get that dark is evil, dark is bad, and that's what we're wanting to share in the best way we can. That there's black and white, the yin and yang, there's the white within the black, there's the black within the white, and there's the whole spectrum of rainbows and colours and grey and brown in between. It's all of it and it's none of it. And once we start having our own experiences through this crazy roller coaster of experiences and emotions, to become a whole balanced being through the integration and harmonization and synchronization of all of our chakra bodies, our physical body, the root chakra, the red, our chemical body, emotional chakra, where all the chemical reactions take place and then go to the circuitry system to send the signals to the brain, to tell your brain what to do, to then go down the so it goes electrochemical energy into electromagnetic energy to go down your nervous system and activate your muscles and tell your muscles what to do. And then you've got your solar plexus, your yellow chakra, what body do your breath body, your spirit body, your fire body. We're not, your orange and your yellow are kind of both a chemical body, they're interrelated. Tita pumo mai nana. Yeah, that's very true, because red and yellow make orange. So your orange, so your yellow would be the chemical reactions, because your yellow is the solar plexus, the diaphragm, which is what we need to use, the control house of the body, when the breath comes into our body, when spirit comes into our body. So there's the great spirit, there's God, there's Buddha, there's Allah, there's source energy, whatever terminology or faith or belief system works for you. And when that spirit, breath, oxygen comes into the body, oxygen for humans, carbon dioxide for plants, then it becomes our own spirit, great spirit fragmented off into our own individual expression of spirit. And then how we breathe, how we utilize our breath with our body creates the chemical reaction that goes down into the chemical reaction of the orange chakra, and then densifies and solidifies even more into the root chakra, the physical, after it's done all its different processes. Heart chakra is the bridge between the two that balances it. And when we can learn on a global collective level from a perspective, then a global perspective, which doesn't have to be, it's the best way we can say is the unseen energetic world works backwards from the physical world. So ironically, humans that tend to get a bit greedy and like the biggest seen, most tangible thing, that's why it's because it's tangible, rather than deciding to investigate science research, with science, the biggest part of the atom, which is the 99.999% space, the emptiness, the nothing, which contains everything, because the energy, unseen energy, comes first, and it's that expansive unseen energy that gets condensed in with pressure, that creates the physical, tangible, seen world of form and matter. So yeah, it's gone a bit there. Absolutely. Yeah, there's lots of different breaths. We went down that avenue of learning the different breaths, and it served a purpose for us. But what we really needed to do was live from our heart, live from our body, and more importantly, live from the intuitive guided direction that our breath gives us when it is dancing with our chemical body and with our physical body, the connective tissue, the fascia. So it's like lots of different balloons in balloons, and we can breathe in and pump it up, and we can breathe out and let the balloon down. And because we remember friends and yoga teachers saying that they're not from the Iyengar perspective, which we had, which is very masculine, structured, linear, follow a set of rules and guidelines. It's they used to do intuitive flow, and just they'd say their body told them what to do, and we were like, oh, how? I haven't got a clue on that one. But that's because of the trauma, because of the fragmentation and the separation and the dissociation. But when we start intuitively guided, so it's not so easy to intuitively guided, because we're not there yet. There's always plenty there to get to, but we are very logical. We've had balance of left and right, intuitive and logical, when we were younger, and then we got developed more in the logical. So for us, we're bridging the gap between logical and intuitive, between logical and abstract, creative, where we do logical abstract and abstract logic. So for an example of that, 3 is half of 6 logically, but 3 is half of 8 creatively, abstractly. And so we're on those two dancing at the moment and just getting used to the flow. So this is us learning to use our words and express through the words, because, well, that's what we need to do to continue dancing on and moving forwards, and continue to come out from our internal subjective realities, from the many aspects of us. No idea what they're saying at the moment. Into the collective society, external society again. Oh, we're talking about the global perspective. So it doesn't have to be a 50-50 balance. And when we can learn that having the diversity of belief systems is important, and that if we all could learn to live from heart value based systems where we see the beauty, understand the importance of, and appreciate the difference of multiple belief systems, multiple cultures, then that is when we can each live from our own authentic self, and not have to follow the systems of, like, certain systems in society. We've got to be so careful with our language, or worry about certain things. The fear, we're not being led with fear. We don't need protection, because we've got our heart, we've got our intuition, and we've got discernment with the intuition. We've got the balance of the two. So what do we say at the end of our poems that we did for the shadow dancing? We said that if we want to live in a harmonic, peaceful, global nation, and what we perceive outside of us is a projection of our own internal reality. If we are perceiving dissonance in the external reality, that is a reflection that there's dissonance in our internal reality. And so if we want to see a peaceful, harmonious collection of individual projections in the global nation, then we have to play our part by creating our own harmonic internal projection, so that radiates outwards. And you hear a lot of people talking about resonance, but they see it as harmonic, especially in the tarot world, whereas resonance can be dissonant or harmonic. And the biggest teacher is the dissonant resonance, because when we get triggered, when we get defensive, when we start justifying, when we make assumptions, they're all our biggest guides and teachers to show us what we're in denial about, and to guide us and signpost us of where we can dance to. but to remember to be patient and gentle and to go with the flow as well, and not to push, because if we do push and we're not ready, then there can be an imbalance in any of the bodies, and then it can express in physical ailments, it can be expressed in psychological chaos, and anything in between or all together at once. Okay, let's have a sip. We've been on a lot, of course, 20 minutes, not too bad. We can normally really ramble on. It's interesting, we've been faced with lots of new territory to navigate, Amy, with you being someone that we know from our past, because this has crossed our mind. Yesterday, the person that was on live was someone that we've met in the last couple of years or something like that. Time is a very abstract concept for us still. And that went really well. Even though we had to separate off from them as well because of our abandonment issues, because of our childhood traumas that we are still reactive to, and we're learning to become a responsive human, and we can't do that when we're around certain energetics. So just to be open, we are finding this challenging because of the circumstances. This is the Lafruma Healing Oracle. But you go way back for us, Amy, and you're very close and to us and deep in our heart. Which is why we couldn't connect before, because life in the present's been challenging, that we couldn't be brought into any past states, especially ones that went really far back. So this is going to have a multitude of layers of healing energetically going on. This is just our elderflower cordial. For us, the most important thing is the constructive feedback of information in and out of the sensory systems, feedback loop of information, and doing things because it is fermented, the bacteria, because humans are the gut biome, the bacteria with their diversity of cultures and belief systems on Earth, and then our gut bacteria in ourselves. We do apologise, Amy. We see you've gone now. We're not going to take it personally, but we did just mention the situation and you went, maybe we shouldn't have done. But that's again another lesson for us to kind of learn and not take personally, and it is what it is. Your internet could have cut out or anything. Wow, what a journey. So it's all learning experiences, isn't it? So we're just going to put a card for those energetics that just happened then, because we didn't think that would upset or offend, that we were just being open and authentic and integral. That's us taking it personally. It might not have upset or offended. So we're just going to pull a card, and then we're going to go into opening the box. We got 2 new subscribers today, which is exciting because that means it's the star. So we have our star energies, Aquarius, and our Leo energies with the Leo moon. So it's all very exciting. Here we go. just a card for a bit of clarification on those energies earlier. Clear the air. We're feeling better now. We're going to choose one rather than get given one, unless one comes out quickly. Oh, there we go. One did come out. And we're going to choose one. So the bottom of the pack is the Five of Pentacles, feeling left out in the cold, the unaware and the unseen. That's the typical, see if we can do this again. There we go. That's the conventional understanding of. And then the top of the pack, so these are the spectrum of energy we're dancing within. The top of the pack is Six, the Lovers. So Six, the Lovers is union, relationships, unconditional love. It can be like choices. So actually that could be really, that's the top of the pack, consciously aware, the seen, and that's where we were coming from. But I can imagine a lot of people don't understand what we've gone through and have been very upset and hurt by our actions and have felt left out in the cold. But we've just needed to put ourselves first. That's what we've needed to do because of the severity of our physical, mental health issues in the past. It's taken us 7 years to get to this stage. And for us, aspects of us felt severely left out in the cold as well. But from another perspective of this, we like being out in the cold with the ice. It helps. If you get too hot, it's nice to be out on the ice and the snow and roll around. It's lovely to go snowboarding and skiing. So actually, there's the double ones there. So we were given the Six of Cups. There's 66. 66 is the number of healing. It's passing on gifts and what have you. And then we've got the Queen of Pentacles, which was the chosen one. So we were given the Six of Cups, which aligns with the conscious top of the pack spectrum of energy. 66 is healing. It's the middle part of the Tesla code, the unseen tangible world, the formula to gain the chaos and the harmony, the order and the harmony within the chaos. And the Queen of Pentacles is the physical, tangible, seen world, whereas this is the emotional, and it's bringing the two together. So we really love that, actually. Thank you for that. So did you see this little card reading, Amy? This was because you lost signal. And one of us was like the super conscious, the adult one, the wise crone, was like, she could have just lost signal. Our little ones took it a bit personally and thought that they'd upset you with what we had just said. Which is just perfect for all of this to be happening with the Lafruma Healing Oracle. And so yeah, the Lovers, the conscious, the top of the pack. I don't know if you understand tarot or do tarot, Amy, but it's the Lovers card, the major arcana, 6 and 5, and they're consecutive numbers. So we heard another YouTuber, tarot reader, say that, call it steps, that when you've got consecutive, it's the step 1, step 2, step 3. So you've got the 5 and the 6. You're going from one up to the other. That's the conventional way of reading it. We're not really very conventional. And then we were given the 6 of Cups and we chose the Queen of Pentacles. So for us, when the cards jump out, that's been given from the multiverse, the universe, the God, Buddha, Allah, the unseen energies. But when we choose it, it's the free will. And so for us, it's the collaboration of God, creation, source energy, with our own individual free will and choice. And there's never any wrong or right decision. There's just some decisions that can take you on different paths that may feel from a physical point of view to take longer and not get you to where you want to be. But I know that we've chosen to manifest some quite big, large dreams in life. And we need to do stepping stones and had to be made aware of everything that's going on with us to experience that. So put that to the side, clear the energies. We've written some cards out when we get around to doing the Astro signs, and now we're going to get into the box opening. 38! 30 minutes and 8 seconds. Yeah! That's numbers at the moment, 38, isn't it? Which equal 11. Okay, so this is amazing because 5 don't know if we can bring that up to see. This was posted on the 5th of March. Wow, the 5th of June. So it's really taken us that long. I think it took a few weeks to get there, but yeah, that's about 3 months then. Yeah, time's very abstract for us. We would have said it's about a month or 2. And we'd have put the 2 on just to be like conservative. So it's the 5th of March. The value is 50. And then there's another 5 somewhere. We can't quite see it now. So let's do the box opening, Lafruma. Thank you, Cathy. Thank you, Eve, for the packing. Thank you, Russell, for the creation. We love these cards. We do have some. We were very honoured and lucky to be gifted one of the 50 pre-test sets, but we weren't able to do it. So here goes. Dun, dun, dun. Let's have one more little sip. Little heart for you, Amy. Oh, look at that, it's pink bubble wrap. Tito Mama, I love that. Pink's the colour of the deeper heart, so green's the colour of the heart chakra. We call that the grounded heart, the external heart. The deeper heart, the inner child, pink, and the higher heart, the thymus. That's just like a little receipt thing. Teal, turquoise. So here we go. So we got 2 packets because we're going to gift and donate one to a YouTuber, Jenny Florence, from I don't think she's Moon Magic, but she might have called herself Moon Magic Off-Grid Tarot, or Moon Off-Grid Magic Tarot. So one of these are for her. So we're just going to take it out of the plastic. Or, well, yeah, because we can put it back in again because it's kind of sticky. We're going to take it out of the plastic because plastic's more a man-made substance, and we want this deck to absorb energies that are going on here. So we're just going to put this here to absorb the energies, and then we'll put that back in the packet and we can get that to her. So here goes. We always like to do a bit of the little pops, releasing pressure in our external our perceived external electromagnetic field, because all of it's actually inside of us. Tito Momo, yeah, right. It's a kind of a gold Hessian. It's a gold Hessian. Looks really golden there, rather than that kind of. We don't mean this in a negative, derogatory way, but you know, that kind of poor person Hessian. You get like the Hessian on the sacks of grain and everything. It actually looks like kind of. You've got the gold. I'm not going to say any more about that. It's a lovely gold Hessian sack. Well, we've got this. Be really careful. So it comes in a cellophane, really well packed. If anything, it'll be us that damages it. Look, we're doing it away. Well done, my lovelies. Notification just came in. That phone's on charge, so that's the most important. The other one can't. We said all that, didn't we? So put that away. Put that over there. We might just have to change our leg position. That's not nothing down. There's going to probably be a lot of that going on. No, we're so proud. We got the free camera setup going. Oh, poor brain. We're not really, because we kind of don't. We just do these crazy things, and yeah, that's good. So we might edit this video out. Or actually, we'll show you what we kind of do, because we don't want to go through each one individually. We might edit them out because it's going to take a long time to do these ones over here. Put an edit in and then do the cards better so you can get a better view. But we'll show you how we kind of shuffle up the energies in our when we get a new pack. So you have a couple of information packs here. Wazeo, beautiful people. Thank you for trusting our vision. This project to create an oracle deck from runic sources has been an incredible journey through lost worlds and became a deeply healing experience for all involved in the collaborative process. At first, we thought we needed a deck that would offer card readers new narratives by opening fresh stories and energies that might be explored. However, as the deck grew, so did its own distinct consciousness. Each rune and their burgeoning cards began to quickly incite their own desired messages to heal through action. We tried to honour those expressions in creating this deck. Each card is deeply singular, yet all the cards merge with each other when drawn together in readings. We trust you will connect with the magic hidden inside each card and their symbols. You are all part of the continuing creation of this oracle deck. Thank you, everyone, for being involved in this collective project. You are magic. We trust you will connect with the magic hidden inside each card and their symbols. You are all part of the continuing creation of this oracle deck. Thank you, everyone, for being involved in the collective project. You are magic. This is what happens when we get presents. It's like, we read that bit. The first edition is printed, packaged and distributed in the USA and is currently administered wholly and freely by those in our collective oracle, which is great sustainability. Lifruma, Healing Oracle. It's a 78 card deck. So the 78 cards in a tarot deck, starting at 0, going up to number 77. Channeled and created by a collective oracle, Reem Ahmad. Apologies for mispronunciations now. YouTube, The Rare Gazelle. Rob Keehn, YouTube, wrote Rob Odinson, but he's on there and something else. He doesn't do YouTube stuff anymore as such. Russell Penn, YouTube, Rustling Around. Artwork, Ayrden Sherry. Instagram, I Am The Artist. Beautiful artwork. Filtered through the Twitterverse and the Eye Witch of Patrick. YouTube, Ria Karuk. For more information, visit lifruma.com, and that information should be in the description box below. So what we tend to do is we'd normally just end up doing 4 packs. If we do that, you can kind of get a 4 piles to split up the numbers, and you can kind of get a little view of the card as we're doing it. Absolutely beautiful. So yeah, we put messages out to consciousness, to God, to the multiverse. So we see the multiverse as the quantum, the wave, and the universe as the singular, the particle, collective. And the stuff that we've been drawn to, this is there. This is some of it. Which brings in, we're not very good doing one energy to one energy, well, because we're not one energy, there's multiples of us. And so this is a creation from multiple people, so there's multiple energetics in it. And we navigate those energies much more harmonically. We're discovering. That's the Lifruma card. How's your artwork going, Amy? There we go. So we did do a live without doing any of this at Christmas, Boxing Day. We haven't got my internet to editing it, and that was a fab live actually, because that was a special one, so that had loads of fun packaging in, and we spent a long time just on the packaging and how the packaging spoke to us. So then we do this with we separate out the minor arcana and the major arcana, and then put it into its set suits: swords, pentacles, cups, and wands. I'm having a bit of a... Yeah, you were right. And then we shuffle 2 of the piles in, and then we do another 2, and it just makes sure that our subconscious gets to see each card, because we take it, so humans are constantly lying to themselves, and we take on so much information all the time through our subconscious. It's always getting them processed and filtered out to what our conscious mind, our frontal lobe cortex wants to know about. But this is probably our autism a bit, just making sure that if 2 cards do come together, it's not because we've been careless with our initial things. So it's our way of connecting with the pack initially, and separating it. So then if you were to get any consecutive numbers and the rest of it, it would definitely be very true and authentic. And we clear the pack by doing the same like this at the start and the end. So when we put a pack away, we will do the same shuffling and the clearing by knocking on the pack. And when we do it apart, we do a few shuffles where we just separate it. But then if we're not careful, it could be the same card that goes on the bottom. So then we'll do a few where we separate it, but we then take the bottom of that side, so the bottom card's always changing. So yeah, there's and this is again really good for our hands, our peripheral nervous system, strengthening our limbs of action, because our peripheral nervous system, the strength that we gain in our peripheral nervous system counterbalances our central nervous system, which is the emotional house. And so when with PTSD, CPTSD, being emotionally reactive, strengthening the outer body and the peripheral really helps us learn how to become responsive for human beings over reactive human beings. The cards are all different sizes as well, so it really gives the hands not to get into any habitual feelings or understandings. So some will be quite big, some will be really small. So it helps dexterity, because our proprioception and, well, lots of things just kind of really went out the window, or adding up, our mental arithmetic. We're always really good at maths. Upheaval from every perspective can really be disconcerting. Is that the right word? It seems to be the word that wants to come out. So there we go. So we're going to put it's not a chopping board, the craft board, the cutting board away. Can't really notice that, so that's okay. Just going to let you sit there. Let's just we're going to hold it to our heart, do some humming and some buzzing. Feel free to join in to create a deeper connection. And it doesn't matter if you're live or if you're watching this at a future date to when this live is, because in the quantum unseen energetics, there is no time, there's no past or future, it's just all in this presence. But it's about navigating, being present, but also being present with understanding, or not understanding or clarity in the conventional understanding, but with balance of the past and future. So with our channels, we just learned that it came onto pen to paper and got out of us. It wasn't that I just learned, because we tend to go through lots of different ones of us and avenues, but when it actually comes out of us in some form, that's when it's really kind of got learnt. Next door's kitchen looks like they're going to come in and probably steal Ben's food, but we're just going to ignore it for once. So Shinto is Shinto self-empowerment, and it's like the past. There's other words that go with this, but I don't think we've brought the pad over here. Joy to Coco is the so that's the internal, the emotional, so that's like the future. And ShintoSEYE, Joy to Coco, stands for Journey of Involution to Co-Consciousness. Involution being the Hindu, the Sanskrit terminology, philosophy. And consciousness, we didn't say it earlier, but consciousness tends to be the word that we use for God, for the multiverse, for the universe. It's all of it. Everything is consciousness. And then consciousness is within everything and has its single expression of it. So it's the consciousness of the rock, it's the consciousness of the human, of the plant, of the water, of the metal, of the book, of the car, of the sea, of the ocean, of each individual bacteria, which makes up the bacterial community of the body, which then makes up each cell, which makes up the cellular community of the body, which makes up the systems of the body. And it's all of that. Our human vessel is the host body for all of that. And so ShintoSEYE is the present, but we need to be able to plan and do things for the future. And we need to be able to, we need to be aware of our past, but we don't always need to understand our past from a conscious mind perception of understanding. So when we say understanding, it's an understanding through the heart, through the body. But there needs to be this balance and this harmonization and this dance between all three. But the more we can stay present, the less stress, the less chaos, the less confusion, worry, and all the hecticness of life. And for us, with the CPTSD, it's like, if our present moment actions create our future, how are we going to create our dreams and our future when our present is defined by our past actions through the PTSD? And that is something that we have danced with the last 7 years again, and are doing really well with now. There's still lots of chatting and communication between us all, and we still have a way to go, but I feel we've come further than the way that we've got to go, without giving any wording to where it is we're going or where it is we've come from. But I'm sure you understand. And so Zanoni Snowflake is the collective of all these three together. So if you put it into a 2D format tool, you've got the past, the present, the future, and then you have the circle, the whole, which encompasses the triangle. So okay. So we're going to see if what card will be given. Oh, we've got artwork has been put on the back burner for a while, but should have more time to do it during the summer hauls. That'll be good. Back in 15-20 minutes. Coolio. So we're going to see if a card's going to jump out and be given to us. So the overall energies, there's 2, and they've come out like that, so we're going to keep them like that. Because we don't read reversals or anything, as in a positive and a negative, we just read different perspectives, different directions. So it's like the Celtic cross. So number 13. We're not sure in pronunciation. You, sacral, which is just perfect and amazing for the overall reading, because the orange chakra, the second chakra, the sacral chakra, the emotional part of the emotional body, is collective energetics, which there's a lot of congestion and stuckage at the moment, especially not just maybe for you before 2020, but after 2020, we all know what happened then. There's been a much bigger collective imprint of sacral energy, orange energy, that needs to have a chemical reaction take place. So the poem, the magical 13th rune of the mystical you. Consciousness hooked in and plugged in to the seat of your soul. To be life on earth, seeded and eternal. The inner wood of you may rot, yet fortifying from within, a new stem plumps the trunk back up. Ancient witness of hidden sacred wisdom. Past lives, clinging and calling. Old visions, seen and new. Deep wonders, awoken. Lessons learned. So that's kind of going from an east to west direction. And then we've got 25. Oak, support. So this is great. This support coming in. Oak is a very healing. We used to work somewhere called the Oak Tree Wellbeing Centre. It's considered very healing in tree lore. And although not necessarily flexible, we did read something the other day where, you know, the oak can snap in the wind, strong winds, whereas willow is flexible. We've been connecting with willow energy a lot. And we've got 1, 3, 2, 5. The 4 is missing, but we've got consecutive numbers between the 2 cards, whereas 4 is the number of Mother Earth, of foundation, of solidity. So we have the first 5 numbers there, which is fab. Mighty growth makes stability and strength, yet the oak follows a pathway laid out in the acorn's minute stored codes. Water your seed. And, oh, we can't do that and look up. Water your seed and sprout. Walk your roots deep within the soil to spread a fungal network throughout the wild wood. Tannin-rich bark purifies. Invoke the magic folk living within this tree. Seek their moral fibre and question your own. They might not support all you thought true. So that's the overall energies for this solstice spread, which can be, it's the winter solstice and the summer solstice energetics, because we're looking at a global harmony. And it can be, look, you can do it, your timelines lines or loop. It could be for solstice to solstice in a year. It could be solstice to solstice in 6 months, or you could see it as solstice to equinox in 3 months. So whichever cycle, a 3-month cycle, a 6-month cycle, or a 12-month cycle, you wish to choose for that, it's entirely up to you. See you later, worm. I hope you had a good feed. So we're just going to put those up there as we bring in each of these cards. The way we're going to do we'll pull or get given, we'll choose one to be easier, but if one pops out really quickly, we'll have a Lafruma card for each astrological energy. We've got the cards here, so the energies with this is relating to the moon, so it's the moon to the moon to the moon 2 for each astrological sign of the 12 astrological signs. So these are just the cards here. We did these last night. And then we've got the different body parts on the card. So for us and for whoever comes to this, it's about the harmonizing, the integration of every aspect of our physical, chemical, emotional, sexual, mental, heart, breath, every aspect of these human vessels, seen and unseen, the soul, the individual spirit, and how that works and dances and collaborates with collectives, different collectives. So everyone's got these in their chart. Everyone has a natal chart with all these energetics in. Some will have some of the houses will have planets. Some will. You may follow Eastern astrology or like Vedic astrology, or you may follow a tribal astrology, a Native American astrology, or Chinese astrology, or Mayan astrology, or like Celtic astrology. So there's different perspectives, but for us, if you've got a cylinder and you have the shadow of a cylinder, if you've got the shadow going direct from one perspective, it's a circle. But from another perspective, it's a rectangle, or if the diameter of the circle is the same as the width of that, then it's a square. So whoever's seen the square or the circle or the rectangle or the circle, both are correct, but they're just looking at it from different perspectives. And that's how the differing belief systems, that's how life is for us. And so therefore it's about questioning if it's okay for the other to be questioned, and attempting to put ourselves in other people's shoes and, you know, see how they experience and perceive the world. And so one fundamental narrative, because the frequencies of the energies that flow through us as, let's see, there we go, that flow through us as human bodies has all got it's the same fundamental frequencies, but those frequencies can be expressed in a diverse array, like a whole circle, opposing ends of the spectrum of narratives and beliefs. And so for us, it's about sharing a perspective, a way that integrates all of those perspectives. So it's not about the narratives or the words, it's about the fundamental foundational energetics and frequencies. And for us, part of that is the body. And when there's a lot of people suffering mental illness since 2020, but even before then, it's risen. And for us, mental health and well-being precedes physical health and well-being, because the energies kind of come down. The physical, the red is the slowest wavelength and the lowest. If you're a slowest runner in a race, you come last. So the thing that connects us all is the body. So we're connecting our whole individual body, and we're connecting the energetics between each of our bodies. So everyone that comes to this or watches this, but not even just coming to this and watching this, because we are in the gateway, the portal of the World Wide Web. So there's much more kind of going in. But then we've also got the portal and the gateway of nature. We were outside, we did water meditation in the shower. We were outside and did earth and fire meditation with our breath. So we had our breath in the shower doing our meditation with the water meditation, and outside with the sun, fire and the earth. So there's all of it is interacting together. We've been very focused and intentional with our heart and our thought, and we communicate a lot of this through our sounding, because we can get confused with the words, and we want it to come from our heart. And from communication for us is from every aspect of the heart, the body, the eyes, and this is the one that causes confusion and misunderstandings. And we live in a world where a lot of people want to chat and talk about the feelings and stuff, but some people aren't able to. So it would be lovely when we can start doing that differently as a collective. So we're harmonizing our bodies, on all our bodies, all aspects, with everyone that's in the group, that's not in the group, with nature. And the order that we're doing it in, we're going to start with Cancer, because we've just moved into the Cancer sun season. So we're starting from the tangible, the seen, the external, the masculine. We didn't put these in order. We didn't have time because we've been spending hours getting everything sorted. But I think Cancer comes last. No, that's Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio. So Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Leo. We know we want to do Leo last. Virgo, Libra, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. So how we're doing this is, let's put you back down so we can see. So I don't know if we could find the rune. So the rune card that's got like a tripod. It's kind of similar to that one. I don't think it is that one. We'll take that one out. Look, that just happens to be 31. So if we're focused on this bit here being the astrological energy that we're on, so let's say this is Aries, the house 1 in the collective, and if you've got pen and paper and you want to kind of do a little thing, we suggest, so what's been coming up for us a lot is triangulation. So we suggest looking, because we're going to be throwing the Astro dice as well, and so when we throw the Astro dice for each sign, and you can do one of this for each sign, but if you start with just one to start with, so it's simpler, when we throw the Astro dice, we'll do it now as an example. So look at that, I love it. You've got house 1, which is the Aries. We're just saying that's going to be Aries. Oh look, that's in the crack. So that's in the crack, that's kind of a 4, so we'll throw that one again. Oh, Mars and Gemini. That follows the pattern that we use for the Fibonacci. So using the Astro dice, you would look at your house 1 and see what's going on there. You'd look where Mars is, and you'd look at Gemini, and you take information down from that, and you'd look, there'd be the collective static point of view, which is equal houses 1 to 12, and Aries is 1, Taurus is 2, Gemini is house 3, and it goes around like that. So that's the collective static. And then, so you'd have your natal chart, the collective static, your natal chart with where you're born, if you know the time and place of where you're born. It doesn't matter if you don't. This is just something to do for fun if you've got these details. The collective static, and then the current collective energies of where we actually are astrologically. And for that one, it would be where we are astrologically, but you type in where you were. So you type in the town of where you're living currently with the collective astrology that's going on, and you'll have a natal chart for that. You have your birth natal chart with where you were born. It doesn't matter if you've got the time and stuff, you can still get a natal chart for that. It just brings it into a smaller spectrum. So you've got like the rising sign, it's about once every 2 hours. So you've got kind of 12 options with that one. I'm just going to have to shift position again. Be careful not to create chaos and destruction with everything behind us being so close. So yeah, you have your birth, hometown, natal chart with the time if you've got it. That will narrow down the spectrum. Okay, there we go. We've got our ankle supports on, which are working really well. The collective and the collective static one, your birth natal chart, and where you're currently living the current energies, and then you can triangulate between the three of them. And so what we do is we find the things that overlap. So we compare our Western astrology with our Vedic and find the ones that overlap. So whatever you are in your sun sign, unless you're in the last 5-10 degrees or something, your sun sign tends to go to the previous sign. So if you're an Aquarius, you'll end up being a Pisces. For us, we're an Aquarius moon and sun. That's not working, that's getting cramp. And then but we're on the cusp of Aquarius Pisces sun. So our Aquarius moon goes to a Capricorn moon, but our Aquarius sun stays in Aquarius sun, but ends up being a Capricorn Aquarius cusp rather than a Pisces Aquarius cusp. So we see that as it becomes a cardinal fixed, because Aquarius is a fixed sign, Capricorn's cardinal, rather than a mutable fixed. So fixed is the constant, and you've got cardinal fixed, fixed or mutable fixed. So that's what you can do with the Astro dice. And so the patterning of the order we've done, because we bring in patterning to a lot of our stuff, is if this was Aries, your blind spot is the previous sign, Pisces, and kind of the first immediate step of where you're heading is Taurus. So you've got Pisces, Aries, Taurus, and your focus is Aries. And then you look to the opposite sign of the axis that you're on, which is Libra. So you've got Aries, Libra axes with a triangle of and spectrum of Pisces to Taurus. And so we don't do all four, but what happens is we're going to be starting on Cancer, and the formula, the pattern that we're going to use is that you go to the opposite first and then to the blind spot. And so Aries opposite to gain. So if you've got a circle and some string and you wanted to make kind of some string art or do something, you need to get, it's better to get the whole diameter of tension, because everything in our body in a way is just creating the correct, it's like a guitar. When you tune a guitar, you're getting the right tension, the optimum tension, because we don't really like the words right and wrong, getting the optimum tension on the string to create the harmonic, or not to create the harmonic note that you want. If you're someone in Vietnam, your ears will be tuned differently, and the harmonic note to someone that's in the Western world may sound out of tune. So this is where all the perspectives are different. So then Aries blind spot is, oh no, we said that. So we're starting with, so we're going to do, that's it. So we're starting with Cancer. Cancer's blind spot is Gemini, and the future one of Cancer's Leo, or the next one along, where you kind of the next lot of energetics you're heading to. So you start with Cancer, the chest area, the breast, the stomach. The blind spot, or the one that's maybe more congested, that might need a bit more work going on for you, is going to be Gemini, the heart, the lung, the hands, arms, shoulders, nervous systems, lungs. We have this all down here because when we're in the present moment on live things like this, we get a bit confused. We get confused by words, like we've said. Leo is where you're going. The opposite of Cancer is Capricorn. So you do Cancer, then we'll go to Capricorn, and then we'll go to Gemini. So then Gemini is going to be the focus. We'll see. We've done the order here, so let's just see. So that's what we think it would be. So we're doing Cancer. The opposite of Cancer is, so we've got the pile here, so you can see we spent hours doing this the other day. So it's obviously important to one of us. So we're starting on Cancer. Opposite Cancer is Capricorn, and then Cancer's blind spot is Aries, Taurus, is Gemini. There we go. So then it would be Gemini. So we were accurate in our thinking then. So we do Cancer, we do the opposition of Cancer, which is Capricorn, and we then go to the blind spot of Cancer, which is Gemini. So then Gemini is our focus. So if we've got this right, we'll then do Gemini's opposite, which will be Sagittarius. There we go. And then we'll do Gemini's blind spot, Aries, Taurus, which will be Taurus. The next one should be Taurus. Yes, so we've got that right. That's really wonderful news. And each of these has words on. So we're going to go through these very quickly, put them down here. And this is, again, if you've got a pad and pen and paper, to write down the words and see what kind of story is created. And if there's anything that flows to you as you write down the word Cancer, I feel, something might want to come out, and you might want to write something down with the I feel. So you'll be learning which tarot cards, which major arcanas, which minor arcanas, which royals go with each astrological sign. You'll be given a phrase that goes with each astrological sign, and you'll be given the body parts that go with each astrological sign. So let's just do this very quickly. We've got these cards here. I hope that made sense. So we're starting with Cancer. This isn't in order now, guys. Okay, and then we're going to have to take a little break and go for a Mimi, a P. So we're starting with Cancer. We'll go to the opposite of Cancer, this is really good for us in this moment and our neural networks, which is Capricorn. All right, we go to the blind spot of Cancer, which is Gemini. These are easy because we just did it, so it's thinking. We go to the opposite of Gemini, which is Sagittarius, and then we go to Gemini's blind spot, which is Taurus. So then Taurus is the new focus. We go to Taurus's opposite, which is Scorpio. We then go to Taurus's blind spot, which is the previous one, which is Aries. And then Aries is the last one there. So Aries is the focus. We go to Aries opposite, which is Libra. We then go to Aries blind spot, which is Pisces. And Pisces is the last one there, so the focus. We go to Pisces opposite, which is Virgo. And then we go to Pisces blind spot, which is Aquarius. And then you go to Aquarius's opposite, because that's the last one. And you're left with Leo, which is the current moon that we're in. So we've gone from the external sun season, where the sun moved into Cancer on the 21st, energies, the outer body, the objective, the collective, the external agreement, reality, into the Leo is about the lion, being about confidence, shining your light, being out there. It's our destination, it's our north node and our rising sign. And we're in the Leo moon, and it's the heart. So by the time we've done that, there's been a very systematic patterning of the astrological energies with the body, with heart intention, starting on the current seasonal energies of the sun in Cancer. Let's do it like that way. So put this back on now. Look at this, sweetie, Momo. Oh, my lovely, I'm so proud of you. Hi, Amy, you're back. Okay, it's not too much. It's just the patterning and the order. So I'm sure maybe for your creative, artistic brain, it's all aligned, divine order and timing for missing that bit. So focus. So we're going to start in alignment with the seasons, because when we regulate and harmonize ourselves with the seasons, with nature, interacting with nature externally, feeding ourselves whole foods from nature to diversify and healthy our body, whole foods. If you put Scheiser's fuel in your car's not going to do very well. You put good fuel in your car, clean fuel, your car's going to last longer. You nurture your car, take care of it, especially if you live near the sea, then it's going to last longer for you. So we've got to want to explain this accurately to get you to understand Auntie Tomomo and us. Yeah. So we're starting. So we start with the conventional understanding. Cancer is ruled by the moon. It's the internal, it's the subjective, it's the feminine. So it's the receptive, it's the internal, it's the dark, it's the home, it's the nurturing, it's the mother. House 4, the roots. So the traditional conventional understanding of Cancer, we're not sure which camera to use, we can use both. It's a lot for our head this. Okay, I think it's because we need a wee. The wee's at the end of a cycle, do you know? Okay, thanks for sharing that. We're burning up as well. Okay, we'll say this and then we'll say the same thing when we get back and see how it sounds. So the traditional meaning is it's the internal, the feminine, but we are currently at the opposite of the traditional meaning of Cancer, because we're in the Sun Cancer, which is the external. So we're starting in alignment with the external reality and the seasons of Cancer that traditionally kind of archetypally takes you inside. And we end on Leo, which is what we've got this card here at the moment, which is the external, shine your light, being in the spotlight, traditionally, but we're currently on a Leo moon, which is the internal. So if you've got the internal energies kind of going in, we see it as this is simple, because if we just speak on sun and moon, because the rest of it can get complicated. Speaking on sun and moon, we see the moon as being the internal, the sun being the external. There's many layers, the patterning gets very tricky, but we're going to just describe it as 2 layers at the moment. So if the Leo is the sun and it's external, you'd have the external Leo body parts. If you were to draw a body and mark a dot, where all those body parts are, and draw a line, not just on the outside. So if you could think of the body as 2-dimensional, so you do a side view. So if you had the front view of the body and then you had the side view of the body, you'd be drawing a line from the front of the heart, because Leo is the external. It's the heart and the upper back, so you could shade in the heart area, shade in the upper back area, and you draw a shaded area from the heart and the upper back on the external of the body, with that shaded area going to the internal of the body on the breasts, the chest area, and the stomach. And if you had a different colour pen, you could do this in all the different areas, and you'd see then how the colours kind of intermingled. And this is using our sensory systems, but we're actually starting on the opposite. So we're not going to leave that at that. We're just going to go for a wee. It's a good time for tea break, and then we're going to do the readings. I feel like we are doing generally real well to not blurb too much, not to talk about us too much, and to actually keep quite focused, because we've watched a lot of our videos. Some of them are intense, some of them we can't even stay composed, and it can all be quite like, whew. So we have been in one position for too long now with the sea, because our legs have gone. Just bear with us a sec. Just going to have a bit of a spaz attack. Yeah, there's lots of clearing. Whew. Right, body? Okay, on for it. You want to change the stool from the circular one to the linear line one? Yeah. Okay. Feet up on one tighter. But put it backwards. Yeah. Okay. Glastonbury at the moment. It is, isn't it? We like Glastonbury festivals. Yeah, we like sleeping in the fields and listening to music, don't we? We've been missing sleeping outside in nature. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hi. We're back. Dito po mo may nada. Ophiuchus. Yeah. Okay, yes. So we've started off with the overall energies for the reading. We're going to do the 12 astrological signs. And then we're going to do Ophiuchus, the 13th astrological sign, which some people put as a 13 in the circle, which we can understand and we see that perspective. And from one of us, there's that perspective because you have the 13 moon cycles in a year. But it's not quite set like that because one will overlap with the other. So that's where the end becomes the beginning and the beginning is the end. It's kind of like in the 12, in the sun sign, and the end of the year on the astrological year ends with Capricorn and the astrological year begins with Capricorn energies because that Capricorn is end of December to the start of January. Okay, the linear is going a bit funny. Libra! Yeah, Amy's Libra, I think, my lovelies. God, we're definitely connected on a deeper level. We're all showing that more now, which we're getting a bit more comfortable with every day. And now we've accidentally spent $49 that we didn't need. From our conscious mind perspective on StreamYard month subscription, we're going to attempt to do a live every week, which means there'll be start of the month, end of the month, and 3 in the middle. So after 5 lives every week, 1 on each channel. So we'll do this, do the other 3 channels, and come back to here. That will be, you're saying rapid growth, aren't you, for all the energies and everything that we're perceiving are aligning. Yeah, and everything lining at the moment between all different things, isn't it? It is. Yeah, we like the signs. We do, don't we? So, Ophiuchus, if you look at the astronomical, Ophiuchus it's the great healer. And below Ophiuchus, you have Scorpio. Ophiuchus is kind of like above the heart of Scorpio. You have Sagittarius off to the left. We're kind of, okay, we want to do our mirrors. So that's our left. So you have Scorpio underneath Ophiuchus. You have Sagittarius to the right of Scorpio, so a diagonal going to Ophiuchus. Hopefully now we'll be on the right one with you, unless this does it mirrored opposites. We'll find out when we watch it back, because that's our constructive feedback of the information that's been helping us. And then you have Libra on the other side. So these actually, it makes so much sense that you're here, Amy, with your energetics. Now, for us, Ophiuchus is, so the masculine is, for us, complex, for us, masculine stability is the 12, our linear, our scene, our baker's dozen, the 12 months, the 12-hour clock, unless you're working from a 24-hour clock. And the feminine is the 13 moons. And then you've got your complex stability, which is 64, which relates to the Merkaba. You can't really see that there, can you? The star tetrahedrons, the 2 triangles that go into each other. So it's like the star tetrahedron, and then this, and so that's like this divine. So that for us, that's the divine unseen. So 12 is the emperor, the seen, tangible energetics, the masculine energetics, because everyone, it doesn't matter if you're a male body or a female body, you've got masculine energies in you. It's the white of the yin and the yang, it's the yang, it's the sun, it's the daylight. And then the 64, the star tetrahedron, it's order, it's structure, it's linear. So that's complex stability, but that's the unseen energetics of complex stability. So you'd have the triangle pointing up and the triangle pointing down, and they cross over at the heart. There's meditations you can do with that and everything. And then you've got the feminine seen, the Empress, so it's the Emperor and the Empress, the seen, the tangible, the 13. And then you've got the yin, feminine, the black, which is the night. But with the feminine, she's more intermingled, because at night everyone goes, oh yeah, the moon comes at night, but actually the moon's up at the moment during the day, so she's a lot more adaptable and flexible. And then the complex divine feminine, the high priestess too, the unseen feminine energies is like we see as the whole. And so because Ophiuchus is the great healer, we see Ophiuchus to be the astrological energy that incorporates and brings all the other energies together to create a whole, hence the great healer. And I suppose people would call it downloads and channeling, all kinds of stuff, and we get this all the time. Like, people tend to put themselves in a channeling state or in a focused meditation to get these downloads, or whatever people call it, the words. We're still finding no words for us, but this is kind of like the energetic states we're in the majority of the time. And so this morning, in our breath work, our ShintoSEYE bed breath work, we've had to find a lot of the really easy, subtle avenues to balance and wholeness and everything. We used to push, would be the opposite to everyone, and we're someone that talks ourselves down and pushes too much, rather than the average person who exaggerates and talks themselves up and maybe is a bit lazy type thing. But then again, that's not healthy language. But we're all dancing to us. You'll see us all grow along the way, the journey, if we manage to stay committed and dedicated. So this morning, it was coming to us that Scorpio is underneath. Scorpio is, you've got 3 astrological energies which have a traditional ruler and a modern ruler, and Scorpio is one of them. Scorpio, Aquarius and Pisces. Scorpio has the traditional ruler of Mars, sharing it with Aries. Aquarius has the traditional ruler of Saturn, the world card, sharing it with Capricorn, and Pisces has the traditional of Jupiter, sharing it with Sagittarius. But then, and they're the personal planets and the transpersonal planets. The personal planets being your Sun, your Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars and Venus. Transpersonal planets are Saturn and Jupiter, or Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter, the expansive energies that need to be compressed and have a vessel to be put in to then be seen and be tangible. Saturn, linear time format. And they're like the bridge, the transpersonal. We call them the bridge. We don't know if that's what transpersonal means. I'm not sure if one of us probably looked it up. Excuse us. And then you have your outer planets, and the outer planets affect the collective. They're slower moving planets, they're further away. Pluto's not technically a planet now, but we love Pluto. It's a cycle of 248 years. So you've got the patterning in maths of 248, 16, 32, 64. 64 is the star tetrahedron. So the numbers with the sacred geometry, God consciousness, it's sacred geometry. It's amazing. And so the outer planets affect everyone. So they have the traditional ruler and the modern ruler. Scorpio has the modern ruler of the judgment card, number 20, which is it's Uranus, Neptune and Pluto, so which is Pluto. So judgment card is Pluto, the calling, creation, the death, rebirth. Aquarius has Uranus, the waking up, sudden shocks, as being the modern ruler. And then you have Pisces, which has Neptune as the modern ruler. So these energetics are energetics in us and our body that affect. So when we're speaking of collectives, for us it got really confused, because when you're watching stuff on YouTube, it doesn't matter whether it's cryptocurrency, to tarot, to off-grid living, to yoga, to dancing, to kiddie stuff. But you talk about the collective, but it's the collective around the energies of that channel. But for us to not get caught into societal view of DID and multiple personalities and fragment ourselves even more on the internal, especially when we live in systems that are bringing labels and terminology out that just creates more fragmentation, more separation, attempting to include more people and be PC correct, but yet all it's doing is separating more people and causing more chaos and making people feel more of a victim and weak. So therefore you get caught in victim consciousness and victim mentality. When we talk about the body and the energetics of the body and the heart, we're connecting everyone. Now, okay, everyone doesn't have use of their body. You might be a paraplegic and you might not be able to, you might have minimal movement or no movement in your hands and your feet or your legs or your muscles. You might not even have a hand or a leg. We've watched all these types of people as well, because this is how our body learns. But there's still energetics there. I mean, even if someone's had their arm chopped off, you've got the phantom, well, they call it phantom arm syndrome. But for us, it's not a syndrome. It's like, and it's not a phantom arm. It's a phantom arm as in it's not there. You can't tangibly see it. But the electromagnetic fields and energy is still there. And that's where we dance best, with the energies. So to explain more of what we're attempting to say is you have the Wednesday dance. And it goes viral on YouTube. Lots of people different doing the Wednesday dance. And it's great to look at. And that's bringing that's consciousness in a global collective of humanity that's connected to their body, reorganizing and restructuring on the collective unconscious, the deep internal central nervous system. Going deep inside to the central nervous system is the gateway into the collective unconscious. What we see around us is a manifestation of collective consciousness, everyone's individual projection that then comes together and amalgamated to create systems and structure and societies and villages and towns and communities, whatever format that comes in on. And consciousness is wanting, just like humans are wanting, to create an optimum harmonic resonant frequency body. But you have to see and experience from lots of different perspectives, perceived good and bad, painful and pleasurable. We are incarnated in human forms to experience pleasure and pain, but to do it with moderation, 14, and self-discipline, 41, so that we don't get caught into the desires of our sensory systems and indulge too much into, you know, what the Bible calls the 7 sins, the 10 sins, you know, glitter, greed, theft, etc., etc. It's the 8 limbs of yoga. It'd be the first 2 limbs of yoga, your yamas and your niyamas. Your yamas being your external moral conduct and how you are around with people, the world, the environment. Is there a harmonic, symbiotic relationship, non-theft, non-violence, cleanliness, and an internal, the niyamas, the internal moral conduct. And so with the dancing, if you look through different generations, you tend to have in set genres of music certain dance moves that go on as well, and certain dance moves that maybe actually go for a whole generation, that like everyone in that generation and that decade will understand this dance. Doesn't matter what type of music you were there, that was kind of like what happened. And this is the fashions and the themes, whether it's in clothes or makeup or body movements, that where conscious is coming together and repatterning, restructuring the order of fundamental energetics. And that's what our tarot reading and our oracle reading and all of our channels are kind of bringing together, which has been a struggle, because there's ones of us that are like, you know, just do tarot on one channel, or tarot and oracle on one channel, just do like gardening and stuff on another channel, just do, you know, all your book stuff and the rest of it on another channel. But there's the ones in us that like, no, it's not about that. That's what you're meant to do, to follow the algorithms, to conform with the systems. For us, it's about being authentic. It's about the fundamental energetics and how everything's interconnected. And you have the inside energetics of everything. You have the subjective, you have the outside energetics of everything, the objective, you have the energetics of both of them working together. So joy to cocoa, the inside, Shintos, the outside, then working together, ShintoSEYE, the Shinto yoga experience. And then you've got Tsunoni Snowflake, this channel, which is all of it dancing together to find the optimum tension between the triangle, to bring that globe and that sphere round the 2 triangles, because we think of duality as 2 perspectives. You've got the good and the bad, the right and the wrong. But if you've got a graph and you've got massive axes, the good and the bad, the duality, it's just one plane, it's just one dimension, from plus to negative, with your zero balance, your vacuum equilibrium being in the middle. But actually, you've normally got an X and a Y, you've got a plus X and a plus Y, plus X minus Y plus X, but we would have to do that the other way around because we did that for us. But that's still then only 2 dimensions. To bring in a 3D object, you need 3 dimensions. So you've got your X, Y, Z, your plus X minus Y, plus X minus X, plus Y minus Y, plus Z minus Z. So that's 3 different axes, but you've always got 2 of each. So that's actually 6 different perspectives, but you come in with the 12. So for us to work in a simple level, there's always 6 different reasons. That's the simple. So we're going to get on with it now, because I think I said the Wednesday dance is that happening, but then you've got the new choreographer of Mrs. Maisel that's kind of done a similar thing to the Wednesday dance, and we prefer that one because in the Wednesday dance your hands are kind of like floppy and loose, and with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome we don't have proprioception, and we need something to have our body communicate with each other from the peripheral to the central. And so in the Miss Maisel, they've normally got fists, and the fists are actually easier. And when we've been watching people with paraplegic stuff, we've been copying them to help heal the parts of our body that's kind of, you know, all the flexibility and everything. So this is all us connecting, all of us from all opposite ends, and how we feel that we correspond and relate to the collective and everyone else on parts because of that. And we can't change others, but we can change the fundamental unseen energetics that others are reacting to if they're not on this journey. And we do that by being the change we want to see in the world. And therefore you're changing the energies that the others are reacting to. So not everyone has to do this journey because it's challenging, but some of us choose to, and other ones of us feel we have to. We kind of feel we had to because the only other option for us was going to be suicide. And we didn't want that to be an option. Hence why I've had to put ourselves first finally. And we did traveling for 5 years, our van for 5 years, and all of this so far has like taken us 7 years. So it's really interesting how it works. But we're now going to get into the reading, and that is only an hour and a half in. So that's technically really good for us because we can go on for about 4 hours sometimes. Hence why we started early. So that means technically we've got about 2.5 hours to do this, which is just, we feel it's going to be ample. How are you holding in there, Amy? You're not going to be around for that long, I'm sure. How old are the boys? We're getting nervous, and we're really connecting with the energies because, as you used to call us, to nest, talk non-stop, is coming into play. So we're just gonna buzz and sound and hum. We did a global coherence pulse, and it was about on Saturday, and it was about buzzing and humming, which was fantastic because everything that we do when we start seeing professionals and everyone else kind of doing it, it's giving us more and more confidence because that's what we've been doing to heal, and doing it all naturally to show that there is a way. And the buzzing and the sounding and the primal vocal sounding, we call it, but they did bring structure into it, whereas ours is more of a follow your heart and just do what you feel you need to do, rather than having to do it this way in this order, because that's what's caused us a lot of pain and dissonance. So yeah, what are we going to do? We're going to buzz and hum, center ourselves before we do the cards. Did we get to finishing Ophiuchus? Yeah, Ophiuchus. We've got the 13 and the 25. So going into the numbers, 13, most people tend to add them together on the numerology, which equals 4. For us, we add them together, one axis, we minus them, another axis, we multiply them, another axis, and we divide them, another axis. So you've actually got the cross symbol of addition, and then the other axes are the multiplication symbols of that. So you've actually got 4 axes, plus and y, so there's 8. So 4, the 13 would be second tier 4, because 4, 13, 22, 31. 31 would be the important number because 31 is the mirror of 13. So that would be, this is interesting, it's coming out now. That would be where there's a curve, that would be the fortune's wheel, there's a turn in the cycle, or it could be the world, depending where you are, but we're starting with the first end. So 4 was the addition, excuse us. 2 is the subtraction. So on one axis, it would go up to 4, plus 4. On another axis, it would go down to -2. So you kind of, you know, draw the lines and the patterns. Well done. I knew you did that on purpose. I didn't think we were going to get that. It's all coming together. I can't believe this. Look at this. Let's put this screen up here. So it's taken us ages. So this is really important for us. This is the Fibonacci sequence. Yeah. 0. So that's just the number. The first number, the second number, the third number, the fourth number. I forget what they call it. So you've got 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is what a Lucas sequence, which starts with 2, goes back to 1, then goes to 3, and then it adds up again. So Fibonacci is basically adding the previous number to it to get the next number. So it's doing the same thing, 3, 4, 7, 11, 18, 29. And there's something for us about that conversion. So that's us doing that. If you don't know what the Tesla code is, this is the Tesla code. Tesla code is your so this is confusing. So you've got the this is definitely bringing us back. So you've got the red. So if you go to the red, you've got 1 here, 2, 3, 4. So you've got the red, which is the red triangle, and then you've got the green, which is the mirror. This is your star tetrahedron again, and then you've got the flower of life. So this is your mirror down here. You've got 1, 2, 3. So if we stick with the red, you've got 3, 6, 9. So you've got your triangle, and then you've got the mirror, which is the other way around. That's us doing that. We've not seen. You've got the red W and then the green. We've not seen anyone doing that before. You've got your triangle with the 3, where you join all the dots. Then when you've got the 6. Get to focus, but it's not really focusing. There we go. You join all the dots. So you start from that dot, go to each one and draw a line, and you just draw a line from each dot, and it eventually gives you the pattern. And then you go to the 9, and it gets more and more complex. And these are starting to look like the structured, ordered kind of connective tissue, fascia, or your neural networks, where you've got the or like when you've got a city or a town or a village, and you're looking at it from night from global maps, Google Maps, and you've got dark areas where there's no lights in countrysides, and then you've got, depending, bigger white lit up areas depending how big the village, town, city is. So that's Tesla code. That's the secret. That's the spiritual spiral vortex world, and it's bringing the order in the chaos, because a lot of people think there isn't order in chaos, but there can be. And then your linear is the rest of it. And then this is the Fibonacci sequence in visual form, us doing different spirals. Where what happened there? Something happened. You're loving this, thank you. Oh, you're best, you Amy, thank you. You're welcome. So this is the Fibonacci sequence on the spiral, where you've got the 0 point. Oh, the internet or something keeps cutting out. I wonder if the battery's dying. I hope not. That's the one that's plugged in, so the battery should be fine. It's because we're getting all a bit spiritual. The energy's going funny. So you've got the 0. The 2, 1, 1, so it's 1 by 1 square, 1 by 1 square. Then you've got the 2 by 2 square, 3 by 3 square, 5 by 5 square, and you do a curve round it. That's the spiral. That's the pattern that links the unseen and the seen world. You've got the spirals of the pine cone, of the sunflower, the spiral that you see within the tornado, within the water funnel thing when it goes down the plug hole, in the sea, I forgot what it's called, weather patterns, within galaxies, when you see pictures of galaxies, that spinning energy of pattern. And you've got the plus and the minus, the negative and the positive. The proton is the positive and the ion is the negative. And whereas in our view of society and the conventional, the negative is negative and the positive is positive, but actually in the atoms, it's the positive atom, the part of the atom, the proton, that when we've got too much of that, it causes free radical damage. It's the too much of that, and if we stay in habitual patterning of our behavior, our actions, our body, our mental thoughts, then there'll be a certain area of the body that has too much activity going on, too many positive protons, too many free radicals, and that will cause chaos and dissonance in the body, which manifests as an ailment, as a disease. And you need lots of the ions to come and hug it and bring it together. So hopefully this is going to sort itself out, because we want to start doing the spread down here now. It keeps cutting out and we're not sure why. Because it's in the laptop. We're not going to take that out. If we take that out, it's going to create feedback. It'd be really high pitched and horrible sound. So it shouldn't be the battery running out. I've got to go 24 battery, so %, battery, the 24-hour code. That's really important, the 24-hour code. And it's 1627. 27 is a really important degreeage. 18 is the number of the moon. We've been learning our words better through our numbers. So thank you very much now for working and staying on so that we can do the astrological sign readings. We greatly appreciate that. Feel free to join in buzzing, settling, shaking, humming to connect our fields. Okay, so don't go near that. Hit back him. Oh, we didn't do that, did we? It's the wrong way. And we have to go like this. And then go like that. And then face down. Well done. And then we go to do our finger on the table, thinking it's the mouse thingy on the computer. Yeah, okay, so that's working again. Thank you very much for staying with us the whole time on this. So, here we go with the cards. And you may want, we're going to write this down and see when we watch it back as well. So we've got Cancer. It's number 16, the number of rebirth, and the Tower. But Cancer, I feel, number 16. I feel. So for us, it's we feel, and we like that because that also includes everyone. It includes all of us in this body, but it also includes all of us here, but it also includes like just everyone. We feel. It's more inclusive terminology. So that's shining now because of the light up there, but we can't do anything about that. And then questions that you can ask yourself. So So it's I feel, or we feel, your feelings, attitudes from the past about, use your intuition and the other way, intuition to protect, attitudes from the past about, so that's the same as below, and then resulting from the history of. So one's kind of maybe a futuristic or positive, and one's kind of negative. We don't like intuition to protect because we don't feel there's anything that needs protecting. If you need protecting, one's coming from a place of fear rather than a place of love. And this is another, so what we've done is this is different packs, so it's showing different perspectives. So Cancer, immerse. So when we immerse ourselves in our feelings, how does that make you feel physically? How does that make you feel mentally? How does that make you feel emotionally? Physically, what sensations are you feeling in your body? Emotionally, what feelings are you feeling? If you're good with stuff like that, we're not that great with stuff like that. Mentally, how do you feel? It's meant to go into a bit of chaos. Yeah, you might have not been in here. We said that earlier, Amy, that was interesting you're here because you're Libra. Maybe you're saying that to confirm that, and that's us getting confused. So Cancer, the Chariot, number 7, is one of the cards of Cancer. So this is rules from everywhere. What did we do with Patch Wisdom Wheel? I don't know, but the Patch Wisdom Wheel that we did have, but's kind of disappeared or gone. He does, Jordan River created that, Spirit Science, and he does a lot of research. He's very thorough, and so that what he uses from like Toph, the Kabbalah, lots of different avenues. This is one of the traditional ones, which is the Rider-Waite Tarot, but you've actually got more before this. It's not the original. There's more different tarots before and in different kind of places and countries. So we wanted the Wisdom Wheel because it gave the dates, but we can't find that now, so we're obviously not meant to have that now. I'm sure we got that ready and had it with us, but yeah, we're not meant to have it. Our subconscious put it somewhere else because it's not there. Are they done one more? No, it's not there. So Chariot is the card of Cancer. High Priestess is the card of the Moon, which rules Cancer. The Two of Cups. So Cancer would have is a 12th of the circle, 30 degrees. And the Two of Cups is, so the 2s, the 3s and the 4s are that's why we've not got it, isn't it? It's testing our memory again. Are the cardinal energies. So this is the Two of Cups, so it's the cardinal energies of Cancer. It's the first 10 degrees of Cancer. So 1 degree is roughly a day, so the first 10 days of Cancer would be from the 21st to the 31st of June if there were 31 days, but there's not, so it's to the 1st of July. So the second day of the second decan, the second 10 days, the second 10 degrees is around the 2nd of July to the 12th of July or the 11th of July. So that's the first decan of Cancer, the Two of Cups. Yeah, I think they came down a bit and they were okay down a bit. And the second decan of Cancer is the Three of Cups, the Celebration card, Northern Choice card. And then you've got the Four of Cups. Which is the last decan, the mutable energies of Cancer. The last decan of Cancer, that's what we call it. Cancer is a cardinal. So you've got the Two of Cups, which is the cardinal, the Three of Cups, which is the mutable cardinal, and the Four of Cups, which is the Three of Cups is the fixed cardinal, and then you've got the Four of Cups, which is the mutable cardinal. We're not going to do that on all of it because it's going to take too long. So we're immersing ourselves in our feelings. how do we feel with our feelings when we immerse ourselves in them? And there's these questions. It's that this is number 28, the 4th house, which is the roots. Are we able to go deep into our feelings, deep into the roots, so that we can spread our roots far and wide, like the roots of a tree go wider underground and further out than the span of the tree above? And that's the 4th house. The 4th house, and this is number 42, of home. So do we feel at home in our body? Are we delve deep into the waters, the emotions of our body, into our subjective feelings, understanding the subjective feelings, whether it's in feeling terminology or whether it's in physical terminology of the sensations and sharp pains, achy pains, tingling, itching, etc., etc. The 4th house, as you did in the past, your home base or your family, do what makes you feel secure. What makes you feel secure? Support your home base or family. So these are questions that you can ask yourself, that you can write down, and see if you're able to answer them. And there's no pressure. If you can't answer them, that's fine. You've got it written down. Maybe you can answer them in a day or a fortnight or a month or next year, or maybe you'll never answer them. The thing is, if you're not already on this awareness journey, this is a great starting point. If you're already on the awareness journey, it's a great point to continue along and develop the connection to yourself even more. This is the moon, the nurturing of feelings caused by reactions. The moon, like we said, creates the seasons, moves the tides. We're mostly water in our body. Defend, accept, let your feelings tell you how to. That's intuition. And we're doing that all on the same side now. We were going to do them on different sides because that's how the patterns work. The patterns are like a zigzag. The moon, 19, perception. Cancer, moon, cardinal energies. The moon to be in ebb and flow. Chest area, breasts, stomach, mucosa, womb, ovary. So you can do what we said earlier with all of that or not. It's up to you. So we'll start getting quicker. It's just because we're starting off. So if one comes out, not too many, then we've got the top and the bottom of the pack over there. But actually, did we do the top or bottom first? I don't remember. I think 13 was the bottom and 25 was the top. So we've done them kind of the wrong way round. But it's on early on in the video. Too many. So we're going to be choosing. So the card for Cancer energies. Oh, look at that. It's the sun. 19, this last card is the number of the sun card in the tarot. This is your life force energy, Sisal. 16 is the number of rebirth. So you may wish to close your eyes and tap into your body and see how the poem makes you feel, seeing as we talk about Cancer and feelings. Feel free just to do a quick hum, a quick shake, a quick buzz to connect us all in. It's interesting when for us, the deeper we get, tunes start coming out. So we do but yeah, when we make connections go deeper, then actual tunes kind of come out. But it's not us doing it, it's just intuitive sounding. But it's good when that comes out. So here we go. Maker of all things, force of warmth, melting ice to release physical existence. Imbued with being, the life-creating light that shines and shifts. This nomadic force fights to remain in flux, fluid and flowing. To step with the sun is to sail the cosmic sea and be as light and alive as a precious jewel pinned upon the rolling sky above. Okay, thank you, Cancer energies. And to Cancer's opposite, to create that harmonic tension in the guitar string, to create the note and the tune that we want, is Capricorn. So when we understand, oh, it's gone. Oh well, if that's going to happen, that's just going to happen. We can do this, can't we? We'll just, so here we go. You see that? That's number 22. Number of intuition, the master builder number. I use, we use. So when we feel and understand enough feelings and connect to our feelings and can express our feelings through word format or movement format, dance, movement, or through expressive word communication, stories, novels, poems, through artwork, painting, drawing, sculptures, clay work, or it could be the passion from the heart, putting your heart and passion into your building job, into your carpentry, into your cooking, into your cocktail making at your bar. It doesn't matter what it is you do, you can do it with heartfelt passion and intention. So we're using our feelings to create a beautiful form, whether it's physical or mental. Capricorn, number 10. Capricorn is actually house number 10, and that's achieve. And when we do use our feelings, we can achieve great things. This one's going to be hard. Your goals, the day-to-day reality of, use the most business-like way, and dedication to achieve, focusing on, resulting from the rules imposed by. It might be that you we're getting used to this new camera angle because the third camera's turned off, and how to hold our wrist. It might be that you just close your eyes and listen to this, and then you may want to come back, bookmark it, or come back to it if you want to do the questions, or it may be that you don't want to do it at all. It might be too much, but that's all, whatever's all good. It's such a shame that that phone keeps switching off. It's much easier doing it that way around. Not always an easy journey. It's the 10th house, like we said. This is number 34, and it's the world. The 10th house, this is number 48. 48 is the number of financial discipline. Authority. In the world, there is a collective agreement for authority of governments and societies, and to get governments to create that's what's best for the people. The best thing is to change the collective unconscious energies, and we do that by being the change we want to see in the world. Responsibility, because we become self-accountable, self-responsible, to self-management, brings us to success, to becoming a person of power and status. Our destiny, where we're going, our career. And it's ruled by Saturn, which is the world card, the maturity that brings, caution regarding, limits imposed. So when we choose this journey, we become emotionally mature as an individual, or many individuals in one host body, whatever you are. And the more we do that, becoming emotionally mature in ourselves, the energetics becomes emotionally mature. Others then have the energy to mirror and become emotionally mature, because currently we are an emotionally immature society that doesn't dance from heart value based systems of inclusion of everyone and unconditional love. It dances from belief systems and separation and fragmentation, and it's harming our future generations, it's harming Mother Earth. If there was a symbiotic relationship, a symbiosis, then we would be dancing in harmony with Mother Earth. We wouldn't be cutting down her trees when it's the trees and forests that facilitate us to stay alive and breathe. That's an emotionally immature action and consequence. So we want to change the structure, Saturn, the structure, the time, the 3D, number 24 of our current governmental systems and society. And you can do that from the immediate, the seen, the tangible, or we can take the long-term, medium-term gratification over instant gratification. Oh, your boy's age. Rocco's 17 and Harry's 4. I thought Rocco was the youngest then. But he's the first one we knew because he came first. And driving, wow, and Harry's 14. The Star card and Aquarius and Temperance card. Sagittarius. That's mad. Capricorn is card number 15, the next one on from 14, of the Devil. That's the major arcana. No, that's not. That's a major arcana, ruled by the planet, the world, number 21. So these are the cards of Capricorn. It's interesting, actually, we don't have the royals. So the royals go around the perimeter, and the royal cards are 2/3 of one sign and 1/3 of another. So I thought we would have put the royals on, but we haven't for some reason. But that's all good. It's the 2 of Pentacles. Capricorn's a cardinal energy again, so it's the 2, the 3, the 4. 2 of Pentacles, 3 of Pentacles, 4 of Pentacles. So this is a tarot lesson as well. Tito Momo, we didn't do the Astro dice for Cancer. Well remembered. We'll do Capricorn first, and then we'll go back to Cancer. Tito Momo. Okay, if we can, we'll remember that at the end then. So we'll end on the Capricorn dice of Cancer, because we started on the Cancer cards. We'll end on the Cancer dice. So there's because that's how cycles and waves works over. So we think it's a line, but actually you draw that line together and it creates a circle. So on the line you've got spectral energies of the opposites, the duality, reality, but actually join them together and the opposites become the one of the same thing. So that, if you understand that, awesome. We're not going to attempt to explain it better. We can't do that. Oh, it's come back on. I don't know why it keeps going off, but it's come back on. So let's just see if we can do this again quickly, because it's so much easier. The title of the cards might come up differently, but that we'll just have to do. We're not going to take it down anymore. So for Capricorn, this is interesting because it's Capricorn, it's the phone. We're doing this to get practice and find a way to become financially self-sufficient and offer disability benefits. It's structure, it's bringing the spiritual energies, the dense energies which can cause chaos and havoc with technology into the physical realms. And so we have, that's the North Node, I think, Taurus and 5. 5 is actually, for instance, our house of Capricorn. 10 is the collective house, our house is 5. Taurus. Yeah, we're going to have to take it down. Oh, you just turned it off. It's not meant to be. Taurus, that was, and the North Node. I think by the time it takes us to get it down, because that angle over there is really funny. We don't like it. Oh look, we don't have to change that anyway. We do have to take it down to get the right angle like this, remember? Oh yeah. Thank you for staying like that. It is plugged in, but it's probably a dodgy connection on being charged up because the wire's a bit dodgy. Let's see if we put it on there, and then it won't put stress on the cable. It's got the charging sign on. charge only. There we go. Let's see if that helps by not stressing the cable out, because it's relaxing over the boom arm. So there we go. Yeah, that's going to be better. So the moon, yes, just so much better. The moon to find structure and focus. Ruler of your bones, backbone, joints, skin, knees, and hair. And the card, do we do one of these for Cancer? No, we didn't. Everything's going to fit in our head, isn't it? Let's not shuffle, just let's pull one out each time. Okay. The card for Cancer is Pear Tree. Cosmic Surge. 14. Moderation. That's the rune here. What do you recall? Remember that before this, there was that. My pear is so ripe, you ought to reach for it, but you cannot find me. You sense me and my scent. Listen. Woodwind whistling, whirling, a trance state whipping at the curtain that hides the other places. Will you not dance in and reach for my cosmic fruit offered and serve the cosmos with me? We love that. Okay, so now we're on Gemini. Because we feel, and when we use our, and then we use our feelings to gain clarity in our thinking. Number 15. Because it's heart value-based system thinking rather than destructive, repetitive, habitual, domesticated, conditioned societal thinking. And then there's the ability to cross-pollinate, to integrate, to include everyone, because we've done our own journey of evolution inwards, our own journey of involution to co-conscious of the multiple selves in one body, however that expresses for the individual. So then we feel compassion and patience and kindness and gratitude and appreciation and acceptance for ourselves. And then truly we can then show that and apply that to others. What you want to be known, what is believed about, use the quickest way, and information to explain, communication about, resulting from the fluctuations of. Third house of messages, number 27. And the third house, which is also communication, 41. By making the right connections, the idea in question, get your ideas going. Your ideas, short-term thinking and trips, who or what is around you. So this is great for us. It may seem a bit complex, but it's great for us because we're multitasking and doing many things at once, although we are going to have to change the pattern of our legs. We surprisingly actually are enjoying this more and more. When we do, sometimes, we do enjoy it when we want. No, not all of us enjoy doing this stuff, but some of us do. But I think more of us are getting to enjoy it. I really think there's been a shift, which is great. And we're getting to be co-conscious and aware in the present moment. And we just said we think we enjoy it. And we've gone into the Gemini energies of thinking and lacking the focus then for the Capricorn. Because Capricorn was the opposite of Cancer. Now we're in the blind spot of Cancer. So we've lost the structure and the focus. Even to say the word structure, we're going to say structure. I think it's not very easy to mix structure and focus. Structure is a hard word. So Gemini's, potentially, if Gemini is Cancer's blind spot, it would be the energies of Gemini that Cancer finds hard, because they're probably the energies that are in denial because you can't see them, they're blind. That's where when the people that we get angry with, the people that we make judgments about, or the systems we make judgments about, or assumptions, are our guides and our teachers to our triggers of our blind spots. And Capricorn is the future energies of Gemini, so Geminis probably find it really hard to create structure. That's on the simple sun signs, but you might have a planet in your Gemini. Okay. What are you doing to keep coming and going, Amy? We're intrigued. It's lovely to have you here, and that we're not on our own doing this, mind you. Yeah, it's wonderful. Thank you for sharing your energies. We look forward to seeing you back in a minute. So yes, that's interesting, just to notice how our energies change then, because we do watch tarot readers and see how they change themselves depending what energies they go into. But a lot of tarot readers, when they do change their energies, they or when they go into different energies, they say how they think it's the collective energies and they don't think it's their energies. Whereas for us, when we go into an energy, how that energy impacts us is part of us as well. So if we're going into an energy and we're finding that energy tricky, or we're not managing to connect to that energy or something, then those energetics in our body have disconnections. So it's for us, that's the kind of it's almost the blame mentality. It's not taking responsibility. The awareness of many thoughts about or from. So this is Mercury, the planet. Many words. Well, we've gone into Gemini, we've gone into many words. So it'll be interesting to watch this back to see the difference energy when we're in each one. Communicate, analyze, let your mind tell you how to. It's interesting how we've done that's the card that goes down there. So we're noticing our mistakes. So when we change habitual patterns, the hardest thing when we going to change our patterns, it's not releasing the denial and becoming aware. The hardest thing we've found is, once we're aware, is actually staying awake and being aware in the moment when we're doing something or being someone that we don't like, and that we're not able to change in that moment. And so we have to eat that however many times it happens until we're able to change. That's the hardest thing that we find. Number 20, Mercury, the messages. And the cards of Gemini, the ones that we got earlier at the start, the Lovers. Number 6, number 1, the Magician, which is Mercury that rules the planet, Magician, that rules Gemini. And then Gemini is mutable, so it's the end of the last 10 degrees. It's 20 to 29 degrees of the Astro sign. So it's the 8, 9 and 10s. 8 of Swords, 9 of Swords, 10 of Swords. The Moon, to be inspired and create change. Let's start the dandy quantum ripple effect by being the change we want to see in the world. Okay, losing our focus again, my lovelies. Rule of the shoulders. It's Mercury, planet Mercury, mutable, air sign. Rule of the shoulders, the hands, the arms, bronchial tubes, lungs, nervous system. And the dice singular, die plural. It is, isn't it? Thank you. We've got 2. Cancer. more. That's awesome. So we've just done a triangulation round trip of Cancer, because we started with Cancer, we did Cancer's opposite of Capricorn, and then we did Cancer's blind spot of Gemini to end up back in Cancer energies. And there's become a balance and a wholeness in all of those systems, parts of the body. And we believe we're really present right now. And look at that. Saturn's the rule of Capricorn. Those energies were there as well. Saturn, the collective energy of Saturn of Capricorn is house 10, Gemini 3, Cancer 4. So we've got the 2, the 3, the 4 of the consecutive. Our Saturn is actually in house 2 our Cancer's house 5. I think that came up earlier. So when we do this back and watch it, yeah, you guys are going to get really excited, aren't you? Oh, that's fabulous. So what's the card? We're just pulling a card like this out of the pack. We've gone to the bottom. The body's chosen. The body's gone to the bottom. The bottom is the foundation. It's gone deep. We've created a firm, balanced, strong, flexible structure of patterning to be able to go deeper down into more foundations. The needle, 41. Didn't we get 14 somewhere before as well? 41 is a self-discipline. So we're gaining more self-discipline to stay committed. To stay committed. Needle, mend, because we're mending our everything. That's what we were going to say. We're so present in the moment that everything we talk about is so present that it's aligned with our body. So what we're talking about, and because we're expressing it, is going to be creating slack and release in the body, so that there is this energetic weaving and mending between the wool and the knitting sticks, between the needle and the thread. For us, we talk about the thinner threads being nasal breathing, the thicker threads being mouth breathing. You've got all of the rainbow colours of the threads. 41, self-discipline, which you need for moderation. 14, so then you've got the 5th limb of yoga, freedom from desires of the senses. So the devil, shadow energies of excess or in excess don't take over anymore. There's 4 different parts here, and we're going to start here and then go round. The eye hole of a needle. In the deepest, darkest depths of Nidavellir, the craftiest, most magical elves hammer and forge at the tiniest personal precious gift they can offer any soul. With this wondrous pointed pin, all the cuts and wounds inflicted through life might be stitched back together again. The alchemy of precision healing and curing, mending all, correcting directions and stemming pains with invisible seams. Well, that little round of Astro energies has really danced beautifully for us, because we're upset because we haven't pulled the tarot. So we're going to pull 1 tarot for each, all in a row at the end, ending on the Cancer Astro dies. We did the Cancer Astro die before pulling the card, so that we can do the Everyday Witch Tarot. Tito Pomomomo. Actually, yeah, that is better, isn't it? Because we love them. They remind us of Dakota when we lived in the van. So we're going to put the Heart Merkaba on there, and the Tiger's Eye Heart, because that will take us. We're so self-aware. I'm so proud of us. That will take us really deep. We've already gone deep with that. So if you're watching this and you're enjoying it, giving you a big cuddle, because you might be going deep too, and you might be having emotions stirring up. And that ring there has kind of come off. But we're shifting, we're dancing, we're flowing through them. And it's going to be amazing on the other side. I tell you, it sure is. Okay, so we've just ended on Gemini, I think. We're using Capricorn, our feelings, Cancer, to develop heart-led thinking. Gemini. Gemini is our focus, so we go to the opposite of Gemini, and the opposite of Gemini is Sagittarius. Still mutable, but it's a mutable fire rather than mutable air. And when we do all of those 3 previous things, we use our feelings with heart. We use our feelings through the filter of the heart to gain heartfelt thinking. We see from a deeper, more spiritual perspective. so that the fire burns in the areas it needs to burn to create the regulation of the thermostat in the body, the balance between the left rest and digest vagus nerve and the right vagus nerve, the fight, flight, freeze, so that anyone with PTSD and trauma on a singular level, on a collective level, on a land trauma and generational trauma, it starts gently doing what it needs to do on the individual to ease. And so we see clearly being able to expand, number 9, to expand our comfort zones, but not break our comfort zones, not break our boundaries. If you're someone that's rigid and stiff, then you'll need to do a bit more and expand your comfort zones, push yourself a bit harder. If you're someone like us that doesn't push yourself enough, don't push yourself too much. So if you push yourself too much and you're hard on yourself and you're hypermobile, expand and come back. If you're someone that doesn't push yourself enough and you're a bit rigid, expand, come back and expand a bit more. So you've got another step to go on, because people with EDS and hypermobile and sensitive use up more energy. So whereas people that are rigid and tight kind of need to use up more energy so that it doesn't create the tension in the body. So that you have to really know what your fundamental baseline is. And then that brings you to your highest ideals, understanding the rules of your individual makeup of these human vessel bodies, and the quantum biomechanics of, from an intuitive inner knowing level, not from a conscious mind level, a heart level, a breath level. And we get it out to the world and are able to then express it with our heartfelt thinking, because we used our feelings in an optimum, balanced, harmonic, symbiotic way. Gaining insights to understand, bringing the wisdom of, resulting from the understanding of. The 9th house, the end of the Tesla code, number 33, because then we have our faith, whatever that faith is, whether it's faith in nature, whether it's faith in a religion, whether it's faith in a tribal shamanic perspective, whether it's faith in being an atheist and not believing in anything, whether it's a belief system or a belief structure that's more of being like a humanist, whatever it is for you, you've got your individual faith and trust in your heart and your intuitive knowing, because you have this harmonic connection and alignment and attunement of flowing between all your bodies, with your heart being the fundamental core and your breath. Because then we can fully explore 47, one of the numbers from the Lucas sequence, the 9th house, the end of the Tesla code, because we're ready to go into new realities, new realms, new dimensions. The 9th house, from another perspective, as if it or they came from all that there is. The philosophies and laws involved. Do it in a big way. Spiritual values. Long-range thinking or travel. What is to be shared? Because then it's Jupiter, the granting of blessings from, good fortune. Learn or teach. Be positive about, because then we can grow and expand our comfort zones rather than breaking our boundaries, because we have healthy boundaries. We know our boundaries because we know ourselves really well. And then we gain the Jupiter of abundance, and what alignment, number 23, we have there. Traditional Radioite Tarot, Sagittarius is the card number 14, the Temperance. Alchemization, the regulation of the thermostat working, the regulation of the autonomic nervous system, ruled by the Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter, number 10. And again, we said the mutable energies are the last decan. They're the 8s, the 9s and 10s. So we've got the 8, the 9 and the 10 of wands, gaining the momentum, putting in the energy, to then needing a break because we've danced through what this card is representing as a battle, and we've come out with our injuries, and now we need to let them heal so that then we can pick up our burdens and reorganize the structure and a pattern and place them down with co-conscious awareness, or carry them in a different way. Astro die. Oh no, here we go. This is meant to be green, by the way, I think. Oh no, it's orange. We just got the mixed up. That's interesting. We got that mixed up. We put the previous one, so it's Scorpio. So we did these in order. So Sagittarius is the moon to find. Sagittarius is the moon to be a trailblazer. I think we've got a video titled that. And Sagittarius rules your liver, your hips, your thighs, the sacrum. We're in amazing energies for Sagittarius at the moment. Sagittarius 27 degrees is the galactic center. And like we said before, Sagittarius is down and to the left of the great healer, Ophiuchus. And Scorpio is below, and then it's Libra. And sacrum, that's your second chakra, orange, the sacral, which is what we started with and what the energies we're navigating through and helping clear on a collective. So the Astro die for Sagittarius is house one. We've got Taurus again, we had that earlier. We were going to attempt to write this down at the same time, but that would have taken ages. Oh, and look at that. Oh, we do love it. And Jupiter. See, this is just how aligned and present our energies are. And that's why we love it, because for us, just trusting our own internal intuition, subjectivity, because there's so many of us and we're so diverse, doesn't work. Trusting the external on its own doesn't work, but when our internal and our external align, so this is the external, this is another perspective of external, and when it aligns with the internal, Sagittarius is your hips, your thighs, your liver and your sacrum. We missed the sacrum when we were talking about this the other day. So the fact that this has come out for us, because Taurus is your vocalization, your communication, your expression. We've just gone through Gemini and Mercury energies through the little ones. And so therefore there's a new sense of body and self, because one is house one, it is the body, because things in our body, which has been the thighs and the alignment, we were twisted in our sacrum, all three planes. So this is really aligning for us. So therefore the most important thing that we're sending through to you is these alignments in our body to help your body align, because this is the energetics that's getting shared, which is beyond our limited conscious mind, if we're aware in our conscious mind's understanding. Oh, this is just magical. We love it. Thank you, Lefruma. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so we're going to do the Lefruma card, and we're going into the middle, I've noticed, and that's because balance. And it's 56, vane, weathercock, fluctuate. And so for us, this is beautiful, because the only constant is change. The only constant is the vibration of the atom. But when we become self-regulated, and when we become self-regulated and we minimize that oscillation of the atom, the going back and forth on the seesaw, rather than going from extremes of emotions, we've managed to minimize the oscillation and become self-managed, self-responsible, self-accountable, self-regulated in our emotions, so that we're becoming self-responsive people, humans, self-responsive rather than reactive. So fluctuate is kind of like an energy that's non-volatile. It's still fluctuating, but it's fluctuating with a balanced ebb and flow that sometimes speeds up and sometimes slows down. And it might be that it slows down when the external energies of the season speed up, just like on the turn of the wheel, from the peak of the speeding energies of the longest day and the shortest night in the northern hemisphere, but the shortest day and the longest night in the southern hemisphere. The weathercock knows not which way to blow, so it flutters while the next fool mutters, and spins on a pin with all the flags and hues of others' views, flapping in the wind. Dressed, obsessed and oppressed by the liveries of any thoughts but your own. Exit the influence of others, weather the changes of thought by using love as your compass. Be yourself socially. Brave out life. Brave out life. Breathe in life force energy. and breathe out and shake joy and action and living with bravery. That's wonderful, thank you. Okay, and so we go on to, so that was Sagittarius, which was the opposition of Gemini. So then we're going to Gemini's blind spot, which is Taurus. The moon. To be grounded and real. So that was really beautiful. That, you know, that poem was just talking about being real. And the neck and the vocal cords, the voice, the throat, and the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland, it's in front of the, I think it's the hypothalamus, and I think the hypothalamus is one of the main regulators of all the hormones to send the accurate hormones up to the pituitary gland. The pineal gland is deep in the head behind the third eye, and that deals with like light refraction and contrast. And the thyroid gland is like metabolism. So those are some of the energies we're dancing with now. Because when we use our feelings to get heart-led thinking, we see with a harmonic symbiosis, spiritual clarity to bring us our abundance into true, authentic, integral having in the physical plane dimension. Number 14 again. And the house 2, the sense of values. And then we can cultivate house 2, number 2, because we've cultivated our own internal garden, our own internal energies. That we were talking here the other day to understand what that means. And we obviously, some of us do understand what that means, obviously. Because your beliefs, the cost of, use the most direct way, and looks like the batteries went out on that one now, but that's good because this one's still working. I wonder when that happened. Resources to maintain the practicality of, resulting from the productivity of. The battery's got 17% battery, so it'll be interesting. I think we might have to speed up. The second house of owning. So we own value, and we're okay financially, we're okay with our wealth, with our finances, with our riches, but not just in a monetary point of view. Emotions, our garden, our home, our friends, quality over quantity. Because we have symbiotic, harmonic, sustainable resources. Patiently, what you want, get what you need, your beliefs, what you value, your resources. The attraction of, pleasure from, good times. Cherish, enjoy, charm, art and beauty are the way to. And this is Venus, the planetary ruler of Taurus. Venus, beloved, 21. And Taurus is the card number 5, the Hierophant. Venus is 3, the Empress, the ruler of Taurus. And Taurus is a fixed sign, so the fixed signs are the 5, the 6 and the 7. And Taurus is Earth, so it's the 5, 6, 7 of Pentacles. It'd be better if it's that way round, if you're going to do it in the how we're not Chinese or Japan, so we read forwards, not backwards. And the die for Taurus, house 12. We look at that. We just come from Sagittarius, and Venus. So amazing alignment again there. We're really looking forward to doing that. And the card that's coming out for Taurus is 45, new bud. We did talk about coming around the cycle again. New. Germinate, form, and pause. There's a pause in technology then too. Create potential. Should we leave it like that? We want them to see the cards. Okay. Create a potential blueprint for a new activity to actively unfold, but not just yet. Early magic. Create, germinate, and pause. Wait. There is a timing. Divine conditions that are required to allow a bud to burst open and show its perfect, beautiful purpose. To call out a petaled shout and attract life to its moment in the sun, scented and colour saturated. We love that. Oh, okay. So the next one, so that was Gemini's opposite was Sagittarius, and Gemini's blind spot was Taurus. So now Taurus is the focus. Taurus opposite is Scorpio, and Scorpio is the moon to change and transform. Ruling of the reproductive organs, the genitals, anus, urethra, prostate, groin, and pelvis. And the cards in the tarot is the traditional, it's the death card for the traditional card of Scorpio. No, it's just the death card. Where's the other one? Oh, that's... Oh, we've missed it, haven't we? Oh, okay, no, we haven't missed it. So the traditional ruler of Scorpio is Mars, which is the Tower card, but we've got the Tower card with Aries. The modern ruler of Scorpio is Pluto, which is number 20, and it's Judgment, the calling. The card of Scorpio is 13, the Death card, and Scorpio is a fixed sign, so it is the 5, 6, and 7 of Cups, because it's the middle decan. Because we've done our journey of using our feelings through the filter of the heart, having heart-led thinking, into seeing with spiritual clarity, into having authentic, integral abundance in the material world, bringing us through our transformative process. Number 20. Because we have investigated ourselves, ready for the next layers and depths and dimensions and realities of investigation in divine timing. The extraordinary power of prayer, the highest and lowest aspects of control the situation and purification to resurrect, the secrets of, resulting from the power of. Scorpio is the 8th house, number 32, it's endings and beginnings. And the 8th house is also the house of mystery. As a life or death issue, getting and using power. So as a life or death issue, what we've been going through has been a life or death issue with our navigating through our suicidal ideation and our DID with this fragmented psyche, which is Scorpio energies. Okay, our Scorpio, it's my barbecue, our Scorpio, which is death energies, poor me, unless it's vegetarian, but still death of the plant. We're going on one like now, aren't we? No, we don't have anything on. We would have smelt it long ago if we did. Oh yeah. So death energies, Scorpio, house 8. Our Scorpio is house 3 and house 4. Uranus being in Scorpio, house 4. Uranus is waking up. Uranus is currently in Taurus. Our Taurus is Chiron. You have the nodes of Taurus and Scorpio, which are just about to shift into Aries and Libra. But our house 8 is Aries, which is Venus, the heart. So it's to get to our deepest depths of our heart. The pink at the beginning has been through an issue of life or death. That's interesting. And if you have come across this, there'll be deep connections and healing going on for you as well. So be gentle with yourself and take care. Getting and using power, use other people's resources, personal power, the mysteries of life. A major change is happening for us. I can just tell from everything that's going on here for us. And we've been waiting a long time. We're going to go for the drink then, and we're like, no, we're changing habitual patterns. We're doing that because there's a discomfort with the feelings, but we're not discomfortable with our feelings. Thank you. The need for control of, but we don't need control to take control like that anymore. We've got a freedom and a flowing going on, an obsession with a power struggle. Resurrect, get to the heart of, get to the depths of the heart. Do or die, you must. Pluto, number 27, rebirth. So these are the star code Astros. We would show you. We've got the box piled up. The star code Astros Oracle is this one. These are the star code Astros Karma cards, and then these ones are the Black Moon astrology. We'll have to write them down in the bottom. So Scorpio, Astro die. It fell off, but we managed to catch it and not lose it, and roll it again like you saw. And it's number 8, Scorpio's house. Oh, this one's kind of in a crack. It did just fall down Pisces, but we're going to just do that one again too. It's Pisces again, but that's good, isn't it? 8 Pisces and Saturn again. So we're really bringing it into the 3D, into Saturn, and we're just getting really excited with these energies. It doesn't matter if that camera dies. We'll just do it up on here. And the card, it's gone to the bottom again, which makes sense because Scorpio is the depth, the mystery. And the card for Scorpio is your World Serpent. Oh my god, that had to come out, didn't it? Of course. Destiny, awesome. So we were talking about the great healer earlier, how Ophiuchus is the great healer, how for us Ophiuchus is what brings all the 12 astrological signs together. The great healer Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer. So that is what was going around our head on the downloads this morning when we were some of us ones that are visual were just looking at stuff to do with it in the sky. So it went to Aquarius because Aquarius is the water bearer. Aquarius is an air sign, but they're the water bearer. They're the carrier of emotions. They are the humanitarian card, the card of technology. So if Aquarius is reaching their full potential energetics to become the humanitarian within of the South, because we know a lot of humanitarians that aren't good with their own family home dynamics, but they'll go out and help others in the world. So if you're an Aquarius that's able to be good with your own home dynamics, like Cancer, what we started with, so on this energetic earth journey through the astro signs, this is the case. And we've got to the whole fluid, balanced Aquarius, water bearer, but we're talking about the world serpent. The Aquarius is the humanitarian, the world. The serpent is the serpent bearer, Ophiuchus. The serpent is the Kundalini energies of the Kundalini energy rising, which is what sent the chaos into us. We're not going to go down all the different lines of Kundalini energies and risings and the different effects of that from a societal perspective and from our own personal perspective, integrating and finding the bridge between the societal, the Western man view and the Eastern man view or woman, just the Eastern Western mind. And so when we become the world serpent, when we harness all of the 12 astrological energies of the signs for the body and put it into the whole of the circle of Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer, the postural alignment of the body energetically has been stitched and woven into its optimum resonant frequency between all its different bacteria, biomes, a gut biome, nose biome, skin biome, to create bubbly, bouncy, healthy, diverse bacteria, to create healthy cells and healthy cellular systems, to create healthy optimum resonant systems of the body, digestive system, reproductive system, respiratory system, circulatory system, digestive system, etc. It's 28 too. 28 was very important for us, a number. We're not going to go down that side track. So therefore the Kundalini energy can rise in its optimum way and rise and move and dance through all aspects of the body without causing chaos. So for us before, it caused chaos. It couldn't do that because of the structural misalignment. There was no integrity to the structural body. So yeah, that's just amazing, because that's brought in the rest of that channeling this morning and the flow of, and you can see the serpent. I don't know if you can see the serpent here in the snake from this morning. So your destiny, world serpent, 28. There's always some point in time that is destined. How that fated moment unfolds is in our hands as we step towards it. Tor and Aor were forever woven together, always destined to die together. Pierce and stitch a pathway towards your law. Start sowing fearlessly. Start sowing fearlessly further onwards. Do not skirt your issues. Aor is a time-given gift. Oh, thank you, Lafruma. So that was the Scorpio house. We've done that. We've shifted energies again because the focus has gone again. But yes, so we've ended another cycle of our patterning that we said in the beginning. So now Scorpio is our focus. So the opposite. Well, Scorpio's opposite is Taurus. So Gemini's opposite was Sagittarius. Gemini's blind spot. No, we ended on Sagittarius. Gemini's blind spot was Taurus. Okay, so Taurus's opposite is Scorpio. Taurus's blind spot is Aries. That makes sense. Thank you for refocusing us there. So we are on Aries. We lost it then, but we found our way because we've put so much planning into this in a very abstract, creative way. So it didn't feel like we put planning into this, but this has been a few days. If you talk about it solidly, we've done like 3 or 4 days for us to do this live, full days. That's just in physical form, not to talk about all the mental and mental energetics and time and thought and preparation that's gone into it. It's like longer, but it's deserved and it's worth it, because in doing this we're feeling the coming together, and on watching it back, the coming together is just going to be even more profound. So I hope you're feeling the same journey of these energies, and if you've come to this, then we feel you are. And if you're not feeling it yet and you're still going through some chaos, then it's on its way. Trust and believe that. Oh, it's so yummy, that homemade elderflower champagne. Okay. So the traditional, the Rider-Waite Tarot, the card of Aries, the blind spot of Taurus, the previous sign to Taurus. The card is number 4, the Emperor, ruled by Tower, So here we get ruled by Mars, the Tower card, number 16, which is the number of rebirth. And the Tower card is either a conscious, brought on, gentle, or sudden shock tower. It's your choice, or it could be an unconscious, sudden shock or gentle one. And this is the ruler of Mars, the ruler of Aries, and the traditional ruler of Scorpio, which we've just left behind. And Aries is a cardinal sign, and so we've got the 2s and the 3s and the 4s, which belong to cardinal. It's a fire sign, so it's the 2, 3, 4 of wands. We have now found our new sense of identity, our new I am, or if you're someone like us, then we prefer it for us, but also because we're a quadruple Aquarius, and so it's for the humanitarian, it's for the globe, so it's we are rather than I am. We have all these pronouns that people like to be called now at the moment. It wouldn't it be amazing if we just all said we are feeling great, and that could be meant on a subjective level or an objective collective level, because we're living from our heart, all of us, or the majority of us. We can understand when some other person's saying we're feeling great, because it means that they're feeling great, but they could be feeling great because they're feeling great anyway and they're very self-regulated and self-managed, or it could be they're feeling great because the other's feeling great, and you feel great when others around you feel great, but it's hard work to feel great if others around you aren't feeling great. But if we can keep ourselves feeling great when others around us aren't feeling great, then that energy will get inflected back to them to facilitate them feeling great again. So Aries, we are, I am, and that was card number 13, and this is card number 1, so it's Aries. We have a new sense of responsible, self-accountable, self-responsible, self-management action. So rather than being reactive human beings, we've become responsive human beings, and so our actions are integral, and we're coming from a true, deep, authentic place. Being able to use our willpower, trusting ourselves so much that we know who and what to trust externally of us, what we think we know about, do it our own way, and energies to meet the challenge of our desires regarding, resulting from the honesty and strength of the first house, 25, the body. So 25 was the number of that Lafuma card, which is the overall energies of the body. So we've got an alignment here now with the Lafuma card of oak, support. We are able to give ourselves support. We don't need to be in victim consciousness anymore. We don't need support from society. We don't need support from family or friends. We are able to be our own grounded, balanced, stable, beautiful support, and an amazing inspiration to others, leading by example. Through the body, through the actions of our body, through communication, through body language in the eyes and the heart, through the electromagnetic fields of the body, the words being the least, because it's as a child in these emotional, immature states, it's monkey see, monkey do, not tell. So telling people and verbally and being mental all the time doesn't work. It's about leading by example and being, because that's the mirror neurons that take place, so that the beginner neurons can then harmonize in a beautiful way for the other. And then we arrive fully at home in our body, not feeling like an outsider, not feeling like an alien, not having to label ourselves or compartmentalize ourselves to feel like we can gain a sense of community and tribe, because we have our own tribe, we have our own sense. And when we become whole, we can then meet others that are whole, so that we have our energy, their energy, and then the third energy. Not two halves make a whole, but two wholes make a beautiful, amazing, most dynamic, powerful third whole. And if you're someone that's into having a relationship with 3 people, we watched something the other day which was like this: there's 3 relationships in this relationship. There's my relationship with you, there's my relationship with them, and there's your 2 relationships together. But for us, that wasn't accurate. For us, there's 4 relationships in there: our relationship with you, our relationship with them, your relationship together, relationship of all three of us together. So if you I hope you understand where we're going with that one. Immediately, the way we project ourselves, and that's again what we were saying, the way we project ourselves. If we want to live in a beautiful, harmonic, global nation where there's peace on earth, and if the global nation is a collective of all of our individual projections, then we need to play our part by projecting our by making sure our individual projection is a harmonic, peaceful, happy, content projection. Do it on our own, because when we do manage to do stuff on our own, there's a real sense of just pride and achievement, and it feels incredible. And yes, you navigate through disappointments and the rest of it, but navigating through disappointment and the rest of it and those emotions is part of being aware in the moment, being aware of the emotions, the objective, being aware of the feelings, the subjective, to gain that wholeness and to gain that emotional maturity. And as we all do that individually, that then happens collectively, and then the systems start changing, so they become a mature, emotionally mature, heart value led systems, governments, societies, because the individuals that are creating them, that are working in them, that have been in them. Who are you? Who are we? Our dreams, our desires. First house. And then ruled by Mars, the drive for, the confronting of, action. Energize, confront, force ourselves to. Because Mars, 22, the master builder number, building is movement, it's action, it's motion. So we've got emotion, but we've got a managed emotion of equilibrium, of that minimized oscillation, and being able to regulate it ourselves. So you talk about Wim Hof and his Wim Hof breath on controlling of the body. Oh look, we brought up Aries with we brought up Libra with Aries there. And so Aries is the moon, to be brave and bold. And the rule of the head, the face, the teeth, the tongue. So if we curl our tongue and breathe inwards, that's the yin of breath. So if we are feeling active or energized and we want to calm down and relax, we want to stimulate our parasympathetic nervous system, our rest and digest vagus nerve, the left vagus nerve. That's what we call it. It's the temporal cranial nerve. Sighing and humming on the out breath through your nose, inhaling. Just calms down that over dynamic, too much of the tongue and the arteries. And the die for Aries. So how are we halfway through? 1, 2, 3. Yep, we're 5. We've got 5 left, so we're just over halfway through. And we're speeding up because it took longer at the start. Okay, so you can see here we have 7. Here we have Sun. Sun's a very active fire energy as well. And then we have Virgo. So that's the Astro die. And the card for Aries is Brahm, number 52. So we've got the mirror of 25. And the first house, that's the body, the first house was number 25 in the Black Moon astrology cards. We're getting a very itchy nose. Butcher's broom scrub. And we were just saying yesterday in the live, actually, if you have a broom or if you have something like this, just twiddling it on your fingers. And because we've started going clockwise there, that's the habitual pattern. Tito pai tata. Okay, and then you do it the other way. Yeah, this started, we were getting a bit tense then and a bit wound up, and that's calmed us down. And that's doing it on one plane. This would be another plane. So we've continued doing that way, and then we swapped the way we started doing it. So that's doing it on a different plane. So we've done the vertical, we've done the flat. So there's a different plane again. So we could do it with our arm up, but that's going to cause us a bit more chaos. So we're going to do it like that. And that's winding in. So that's how it started. You see the reaction our body has. We've got shifted through that big release, and then and then you can always do one back again, and you can do it with a broomstick over your head, behind your back, to the side. It's actually staff, but we do it with the linear to tap into the masculine energies from the peripheral nervous system to the central nervous system. It's created lots of releases. And the poi is the circular motions, so that's the feminine energies from the peripheral into the deep center. So it's interesting that's come up. Butcher's broom, scrub. So that's a way of scrubbing away the old traumas from the body. Stocky, tough, green, spiky leaves. Knee holly is the besom broom beloved of butchers. Scarlet berries, large as cherries, speak of the scrubbing back of bloodied stains. Troubles travelling from the astral to stalk the living worlds must be scoured away. The harsh sweeping up that begins in dreams must be tackled in life by fully removing the stains. Brush with the prickly bush every corner of every trauma to rid yourself of those wounding remembrances. And that's amazing because it's got the trauma in there. We were just saying about the traumas and the rest of it. And the Aries is the most emotionally immature because it's at the start of the house, and related to the head and the face and the tongue and the teeth. Our head, our nose has always been really small. So hopefully now if we're going into those energies, everything's going to start. And with our head scar as well, because that kept it really small. Hopefully the head scar injuries and the traumas from the physical traumas there, and then the psychological, emotional, spiritual, sexual traumas that are created in the head as well, are all just So now it goes into the moon to find balance and heal relationships. The most important relationship, the relationship with self or selves. Libra, cardinal, ruled by Venus, the second one ruled by Venus along with Taurus, ruler of the buttocks, the lower back, kidneys, urethra, skin, urinary bladder and veins. And we're doing the die now for it first, apparently. Jupiter is coming out. Number 3. I think our house is number 3 for Libra. But Pluto's in it. Oh look, house 3 and Libra, that is the other one. But it's with Jupiter rather than Pluto. So for us, that could be there's an expansion in the rebirth because we've gone through our death processes, is how we're sensing on that one personally for us. We'd love to hear how it's sensing personally for you. Gone to just above the center there of the pack. And it's 69. 69 for us is also like a symbol of Cancer. Just stretching out our knee. It's really good. It's normally our ankles that really give us jip, but these ankle supports are really working, so we might put our knee supports on next time if we're doing long lives. And look at that, it's 3 hours 6 minutes we just looked up there. So lots of Tesla codes going. Wakan, waken, originate, day, and this is the rune here. Day slides to night and back to day as we slumber and glide through clouds of grey. Wake up! So much room. So much room for yawning, sprawling, gloomy, slow, pointless, lifeless moments in time we call living. Wake up! Fall down and stumble. Trip yourself up and look around. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Smash your way out of the illusion and wake up! See the soft rays of the sun that shine on the living Midgard. Awaken. 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 Awaken the healing of the relationship with selves. With self. Bringing balance. The card of Libra, 11, Justice, ruled by Venus. The Empress card, which we don't have because that's earlier on with Taurus, but Libra is cardinal energies. The cardinal energies are 2, 3s and 4s. Libra is air, so it's the swords, so it's the 2, 3 and 4 of swords, which has the cross pattern is really important in yoga for us to be able to have the expansion. We need to have contraction first before we have expansion, unless we've got too much contraction, and then we need expansion first before we go into that. And that's where we need to know ourselves really well to know what works for us, and then we can go into our 3 of swords, our traumas, like before with the Aries, in a healthy, balanced way where we don't get triggered more and reactive more, and rely on other people, because we understand and are able to rely on ourselves because we've transcended victim consciousness, and we know when to rest and when to act, when to be and when to do, using our breath, great spirit, which we inhale through the filter of our heart to guide us, bringing us to balance. Number 19. Oopsie days. Balance. This is the only 2 cards that actually match here. So that's 19 and that's 7. So 19 could be 9 take away 1, which is 8. So you've got a consecutive step there to balance as well. Relationships. The beauty of do it with your partners, and cooperation to perfect. Decisions about, resulting from the fairness shown by. 7th house. Oh, Libra is the 7th house. Didn't we get number 7? We can't remember now. We did this die at the start of this, and I think we got number 7, and that's the now house of Libra. We didn't notice that, I don't think. That's amazing if we did. We can't get excited about it now because we don't really remember. 7th house, partners, 31. 31's a mirror, 13, another overall energy for the top of for the whole cards. Relationship, 45, 7th house. And we don't have the planets for this one again because it was Venus and they're in with Taurus. Diplomatically, relationships, get a fair deal. Balance, cooperation, your partners. So that's the 7th house. And we did the dice and the thing first for that, did we? Yeah, because we've got that card down first. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Cool. Are we going back to, is that how we're doing it now? We're doing the die first, and then we're going to leave it in order so we can see. Okay, patterns changed. Talk about spicing it up and confusing us. We like to stay into patterns. Look at that, Venus. But we're not on Libra now. So that's not quite right. That's 7. We've got 3 coming up there. We want to keep that. Oh, it has just knocked over to Aries. So if you want to have the 3, you've got the North Node, Taurus, and Aries. If you want all 3 together, which we like because Taurus is the other astro sign ruled by Venus, which is what we've got down there. And then Aries, which is the destination, which is the blind spot of Taurus. So we like having that together, or you can just have Aries on your own. So we'll leave them up there. We can't even balance it ourselves with the 3. So it's interesting it can do that on its own because we can't do it. So Libra, we've forgotten where we are on oppositions, but Pisces doesn't come before Libra. Aries came before Libra. So Libra is the opposite of Aries, and the blind spot of Aries is Pisces. So we're now on Pisces. We're on the blind spot of Pisces. So these astro die energies, you can see we've got the pattern's gone a bit funny. These astro die energies, what time are we on? Okay, it's 5 to 8, almost 8 o'clock. 3 hours to power. We're almost done because pulling the cards at the end will be much quicker. So Pisces is the blind spot of Aries. We got 7. Oh, that's interesting. Our Pisces is house 7. The moon to dream and believe. Feet, toes, pineal gland. going to do card load down. Oh, look at that. We love that. We've just been drinking our elderflower champagne. Wickercraft, sorcery, witchcraft, sorcery, elder. 65. We had 56 earlier, so we've got some great numbers going on here. Sorceress, who sees all, sliding between here and all spheres. Primordial magic maker, crafter, healer, rune binder, community elder, who sits and sings spirit songs to glide and peek inside that other space where fates and destinies are rooted and true. The elder star farer, the power sharer between here and there and everywhere. The Sedra, the sheer wisdom of shamaness. That's really, we're not going to go into it because we can't, but there's a lot of connections there between the last one we just read out, we're pretty sure. Okay, did we just... No, that's Libra. Okay, no, so that's cool. We suddenly thought... Did we do 2 for Libra? Everything's getting a bit funny now. Doesn't matter. We'll see what happens when we watch it back. So the cards for Pisces, that's the thingy for Pisces. The moon, number 18, is the major arcana for Pisces. Neptune, the traditional ruler for Pisces is Jupiter. We've already had that with Sagittarius. The modern ruler for Pisces is Neptune, the hanged man, number 12. And Pisces is a mutable sign. It's the end. The ends are the 8, the 9s, and the 10s. It's a water sign, so it's the 8, 9, 10 of cups. This is going to be amazing for our tarot. We're so chuffed. And Pisces is I believe, we believe, number 24 in this pack. Oracle. Number 12, Pisces, sensitize. We've become really sensitized to the subtle sensory systems. Your dreams, our dreams, collectively. Your idolation of. Be a part of something overwhelming and. Spirituality to ultimately experience. Trusting our psychic knowledge of. Indecision of or about. This is number 36. 12th house is the home of Pisces. Escape. Escape, 12th house, introspection. And we've got all the colours of the chakra there going on. And the line, we were talking about the Kundalini rising earlier, the serpent bearer, Ophiuchus, which we're getting to soon. Seeking oneness, because when we get the Kundalini rising in our optimal resonant frequency, harmonic posture in the body creates harmony and we feel amazing, and we are able to gain that oneness feeling more often. That's a Fibonacci spiral on the shell there on our ring, actually. Philanthropy. I think that's the study of humans. Keep your involvement hidden. Keep our involvement hidden. Your faith, hidden tendencies, large institutions or overwhelming events. Pisces is like hospitals and subconscious, like so mental health hospitals and stuff with that too. The idolation of. Confusion regards this Neptune. Confusion regarding sacrifice. Inspire others with. Be prepared to sacrifice for. Yielding is the only way to. We've just gone into the patterns of what this creates. Again, we're really looking forward to, some of us little ones really looking forward to getting the patterns on the pens and drawing it on the board, which is amazing because we don't do much of that, and I want us to do more, but it's up to our little ones for them to choose, because then that's bringing our vision more and more into the 3D tangible form. So that's Neptune Vision 26, where you've got the chakra colours from the central nervous system going down the spine, then being able to spread out around the peripheral nervous system. So we did the cards and we did the die at the start. I really want us to go back to do them at the end. We've only got 4 more to do, including Ophiuchus. So let's do them at the start and then we'll go back to doing it at the end of Ophiuchus. So Pisces was the blind spot of Aries. Pisces is the new focus. The Pisces opposite is Virgo. Virgo is a mutable sign. Ruler Mercury. The other ruler is Gemini, so we won't have planets on some of these. And it's the moon to make an action plan. Is that better? You prefer that one, don't you? Yeah. Okay. Ruler of the abdomen, intestines, small intestines, pancreas, digestive tract. We want to know which is the ruler of the large intestines, the colon, because that doesn't come up in this one. But one book said intestines, another book said small intestines. So now on to the processing, which is awesome. So the die for Virgo is, oh, it's to the side. We'll get confused. We were going to say that's number 6, but it's number 9 because it's got a dot on the side. 9. This is awesome. Saturn's coming up heaps. So we're really bringing the expansive, unseen energetics into physical form. And we've just done Pisces. So there's a real balance between the opposition, the axes of Pisces, Virgo going on here, which is awesome. Pisces is what's your Pisces? Our Pisces is house 7 and it's Mercury, and Virgo is house 1 and 2, and we've got like 7 in our Virgo. I thought it was just 5, but it's actually 7 because it's the rising sign, and our north node is Virgo, is Leo, Virgo cusp actually. So it's Leo. Our north node and our rising is Leo, 29 degrees, which tips into the Virgo, but it's both house 1 and 2 between them. And a card shuffle for this one, you say? Okay, 2 have come out. So Virgo has 2. Let's get that. We're talking about the balance between the feminine and the masculine, the left and right vagus nerve, the hot and the cold, the nervous system regulation, the thermostat of the body. And here the cold has got the linear and the masculine, when normally the cold is the feminine and the receptive, because you have cold, masculine, feminine, feminine, masculine, and many depths and layers and permutations of, and you've got the spiral and the circular here. So Fjord is fire, Aether, life. And then you've got Rad, which is ride and journey, number 30 and number 5. So we're going to read Rad first because that's the cooler colours, which is like a journey of an R with the rune. Unsaddle from the tangled stitches that hold you fast. Unbridle yourself from the shackles of the shadow mare. Slice free and set off out to fate's starter gate. Choose to ignore the curdling cries of the battle slain as they still shriek in sleep. Slip your knots and ride out. Do not force your horse to run a deathly course, but get down and walk your own journey. A journey to the fiery cosmic wormhole heightens ancient dragon beams, intensifying sensory chimera codes that sweep down, bleed down, feed around your entire being, burnishing back delusions and deceits. Sacred fires bind to you, weaving a new knowledge between yourselves, through yourselves, igniting and relighting the life that felt lost. The dragon's breath fuels and drives and delivers sacred enlightenment. That's awesome, because that's talking about a lot of stuff that we were also talking about before, although we can't pinpoint it now. So we're starting, aren't we, We're starting with Virgo because Virgo is the opposition of Pisces. And Virgo is the Hermit card, number 9 in the tarot. Look at that. Number 9. And Virgo is the house 6, opposite of number 9 together, which makes 69 the Cancer, which we just talked about. And we don't have the planetary ruler for Virgo because it's Mercury. We did just say that. Virgo is mutable. So it's the 8, 9s and 10s, the last decan, and it's the pentacle, it's earth sign, so it's the pentacles, the 8, 9, 10 of pentacles. We analyze. That's number 18. And when we analyze with our heart-led feelings into a heart-led thinking that we're using through the spiritual clarity of sight, we are able to digest, and all our digestive issues disappear, and our processing language disorder discombobulates into healthy, harmonic ease of intuitive flow communication. The serving of others, the details of, do what you must do, and methods for the healing power of, the analysing of, resulting from the perfectionism of. 6th house, number 30, routine, and we love this, Flower of Life, and the Da Vinci Versicus, oh, we can't get the word out. Sustainability, 6th house, and we've got the chakra colours again, but they're actually in the body now, and they've actually got their form and the shapes of the platonic solids. 44 is the number of environment. That always reminds us of Bruce Lipton. Epigenetics, above our genes, our genetic makeup, our blueprint, our genes, our family lineage, being nature, nurture being our environment around us. So the environment we create in our body, in our skin biome, nose biome, gut biomes, etc. That environment depends if it's a healthy, happy, bouncy environment through the fuel that we feed ourselves and the environments that we put ourselves in, then we create the symbiotic, harmonious, sustainable relationship within and without, and therefore with Mother Earth as well. Yeah, it's Pisces, so we don't get a thing, do we? As a full-time job, serving, do it a little at a time. I know it's Virgo on now, not Pisces, and Virgo's got Gemini, Mercury, oh yeah. Do it a little at a time. Service to others, what is good for us, your work. So I'm really glad we've kept this simple because it is going on, but we did say it would take us probably about 4 hours. So that's awesome. So now we're on Aquarius. It was Ophiuchus that you wanted to do the last one backwards, wasn't it? Here's our cards for Aquarius. Aquarius is the moon to realign with our purpose. Ruler of the calves, the ankles, shin and Achilles. Traditional ruler Saturn, modern ruler Uranus. We will only have the cards for Uranus in here, and this is fixed sign, a fixed air sign. The die for Aquarius. 5. Capricorn. Oh, Capricorn's house 5. And Neptune, the modern ruler of Pisces. Pisces being the destination of Aquarius, if you look at it as blind spot Capricorn, which is actually that one. So we've got the blind, we're already preparing ourselves with the energetics of the blind spot of Capricorn, which we've already had before. We've had the blind spot of Capricorn. So this is just the energies being revisited on the second round on a deeper depth. So that's awesome. And we've just come from Virgo, which is the opposition of Pisces, because we've done Pisces. So we're revisiting the ruling planet of the modern ruler of Pisces. And the cards for Aquarius in the tarot is 17, the star card, the water bearer, water onto the earth and into the water. The modern ruler of Uranus, the Fool, 0, because we're on another new Fool's journey now with our new insights, our new awareness, our new heart connections, our new postural body alignment. and it's a fixed sign, so it's the middle decan, which is the 5s, the 6s and the 7s, and an air sign. So the 5 of swords, 6 of swords and the 7 of swords belong to Aquarius. Okay, you want to just pull a card for Aquarius, ready for afterwards. We can feel ourselves getting tired and fluttering. 23, again the number, I know, we know. Missed a card there. 11, collaborate. Your vision, what's new and different about. Use an unconventional way and genius to experiment with. The discoveries of, resulting from the eccentricity of. 11th house of friends, technology, 35. Community, friends, community, technology. There's very similarities in that one. For humanity's sake, your hopes and wishes. Do it for the future generation, the kids to come. Earth, Mother Gaia, freedom, associations, your circle of friends. Modern ruler Uranus, an unusual example of a different way of looking at. Well, I hope that we've given you that, dancing in how we dance with this type of stuff. An unexpected change. Stir up the situation by using. Be open to new ideas about. Invent a way to. Yeah. 25, again we've got another 25 coming up here. Uranus, change, free will and choice. The only constant is change. So what Reem card do we have with, oh, look at that. 77, the number of spirituality. Gobbing, apologies. Bifrost, journey home to the body, the self, our new insights, our new awareness, our new vision, aligned with our heart, authenticity, integral with humanity, with Mother Earth, the galactic vision, the sacred geometric vision of harmonic symmetry, order within the chaos, balance between left and right. Hamfrailed, living light paths, theories of strings and strands, fragile frayed threads, warp and weft, all left empty through, knowing love is all. Peaceful vibrations, bridging worlds and all journeys leading to the same destination. All our leaves lifted by the solar wind and sailing home. Chartered by stars to birth once more with the sacred Yggdrasil, we can't say it today, Yggdrasil tree. We have to do this for that this second. Welcome, you can't see our hands. Welcome home. To our heart, to our body. Oh, we love that. So now we're on the last one of the 12 astro signs, Leo. We've got to roll the dice at the end for Cancer because we did forget. So we're going to do Leo and then we'll do Cancer and then we're going to line up. Then we're going to do Ophiuchus and then we're going to line up 13 of these cards and then it will be over. So, okay, we just have to have another sip. We've got a really dry mouth going on. We can feel a bit of a climax ending coming. We are definitely going to sleep so well tonight. We're almost halfway through our fairy tale book by the new book by Stephen King. And there's just so much synchronicities and alignment going on there. It's incredible. Cheers. So if we're feeling like this, when we haven't got any viewers in the live, balances in our own energies, we definitely need to do a few and gradually build ourselves up so that we can handle lots of energies coming in. But it will get easier because we'll get simpler, and this has just been a starting point of bringing it all together. And then, well, yeah, because we're on the chat, we've started on Zanoni Snowflake, we've started on the whole, we've started on the inclusion of the past, present and future, bringing it together. So the next time we'll do the lives, it will be on one of the parts, the masculine rather than the feminine whole. It'll be on the parts, because if we've got a radio and we want to figure out how it works, we take it apart, look at the parts, figure out the parts, and then put it back together again. But you start with a whole. So we're creating the whole energetics to start with here, then we're going to take it apart, and then we're going to put it back together again. So that will be the lives over the next few weeks, and we're going to commit to it. That one's not as sweet because the last one we put in some of our homemade cordial, which we need to bottle up. That will be our chore to do tomorrow. We need to swap our posture, don't we? I don't know if we can do that with both legs out because we don't have anything under our knees, but we might be able to put that block under it. Yeah, that works with a block under our knees. Okay, ready? Yes, let's do Leo. Let's shine our brightest light. Leo, the moon, to feel liberated. Fixed sign, ruled by the sun. Sunshine nails. Ruler of the heart, aorta, blood pressure, blood circulation, and upper back. Die for Leo. 12. So where does that sit for you? Tito Momo, are you guys getting excited again? 12. Pluto, the modern ruler of Aquarius, the Fool, where we've just come from, and Aquarius, the other axis of Leo, where we've just come from, the opposition. So we're balancing those exchanges of threads. We're not going to read the card yet, but that's the card for Leo. And here's the last lot of cards for Leo. Leo, this changes between tarot decks, but in the traditional Rider-Waite, it's number 8, the Strength card. Ruled by the Sun, number 19. And Leo's a fixed sign, the middle decan, fire, so it's 5, 6, and 7 of Wands. We have now experienced energetics of that are going to manifest up into the physical to send out our own will, our free will, our choice. Number 17, Leo, I will, we will. Leadership, the creativeness of do what we want to, and self-confidence to create, taking a chance on, resulting from the impressiveness of. The 5th house, creativity, 29. Passion, we've found our heart-led driven passion. Number 43. With the trust of a child, fun, romance and making art. Do it dramatically. The power of love. Investment, gambles and other games. Our creations, your creations. The creation of, this is the Sun, the gaining or respect from, for or from. Things brought to life or light. Demonstrate, realize, act like a leader. 18. Source, because when we act like a leader, connected to our deep heart-led values, authentic, integral, intuitive thought, intentional thought, that's what came out the other day. We are guided by Great Spirit through the way we use our breath and spirit in the body. I can feel we're getting tired, but just We're loving it. We're absolutely loving it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And the card, Pod, hooded, unseen, 27. The unseen, hooded warrior of inner battles. Look within before looking out. Only listen to thy voice and not the dialogue of others. The hooded falcon with claws and jaws tears flesh. We must wait to unmask, uncloak, and be ready to see her with precision. And we're going to have to start that one again. We've just synced up with, this is why we didn't do the meditation today. This morning, Friday is meditation day in our 52-week chakra journey. And we're on the 6th orange chakra. So it goes, each week you've got a chakra. The first week you didn't have a chakra. It's just like talking you through it. But then you've got the red chakra, the red chakra, the red orange chakra. You've got all the red cards, 7 red cards, and it goes red orange, red yellow, red green. It goes through them all. And then you've got 7 orange cards, and it's orange red, orange yellow, orange green, orange blue, orange indigo, orange violet. And we're on orange violet. No, we're on orange indigo today. Next week is the 7th of the orange, and then we'll have completed 14 weeks, 15 weeks of the chakra journey, 14 weeks through all of the red and all of the orange. And the meditation, you've got like Monday's like just the reading day, Tuesday's the colour reflection, Wednesday's the journal journey, Thursday's the connection, soul connection, where it's to self or to others. And we connected to others kind of in a group. We thought our live on this would have been others in a group. 7%. And then today is meditation moment, Friday, and in the meditation we read it earlier, so we have kind of done it internally, but normally we vocalize it out loud onto an audio, because we rather than journal writing, we do an audio, but that's like an audio journal, an audio diary. Then we actually do a vocal meditation, sometimes with sound healing music or what have you. But we didn't do that. We didn't do the audio diary or the vocalization. We just read it in our head first of all. So the meditation is about carrot cloak, and it's about taking the carrot cloak off, and in the carrot cloak has all the past beliefs and stuff in it, and then just putting it down. And so this is uncloak and be ready. Be ready to see her with precision, the target in our sights, and we couldn't get that. And that's why, because one of us said this morning, well, it was a late morning, could have been at very early afternoon, there's a reason why we're not doing this yet, because we don't really follow a linear, structured way of doing things. So let's read this again. This is a perfect ending. We so hope you're feeling this too. We really do. Special. One of those moments to be remembered. The unseen hooded warrior. You can hear it in our voice, the croakiness. This is really doing it for us. And we're butting in again. What can we? Heart in point form and heart in heart form. You want the heart in that one and that one. Okay. You got that there? Okay. We want to show you the kitten. Tito Momo, next door's kitten coming and we want Leo. Tito Dai. Dai, soy tomo. Dai. Hey my lovelies, thank you for showing that. Tito Mo. All our confused collarbone and everything's going on. We've been suffering this a few days, but it goes off and then we get deep. So yeah, the kitten, Leo energies, the alignment. Let's see if we can do this time. Okay. The unseen hooded warrior of inner battles. Look within before looking out. Only listen to thy voice and not the dialogue of others. The hooded falcon with claws and jaws tears flesh. We must wait to unmask, uncloak, and be ready to steer with precision the target in our sights, lest we lash out and harm those we openly love. Plan. Sweep. Swoop. Plan. Seek. Swoop. I like that. Swoop. And then into the... Oh. Okay, so that's all of them done. Now we get the exciting bit of Ophiuchus. So we're going to do the Astro die at the end for Ophiuchus, and then there'll be another throw for Ophiuchus and then for Cancer, because we missed the Cancer at the start. Well remembered. So Ophiuchus, can we have a card for Ophiuchus please? And then we're going to choose one as well. So jumper. So this is from the multiverse or from consciousness. Oh, it's two. So we've got two from the multiverse, the jumper, the guidance. We've got the free will, the choice, so the given and the chosen. And then we're going to do another spectrum of energies. So we've got the spectrum of energies of here, the bigger. This is how it started off on our Christmas one, wasn't it? I think that's the bottom though. So if we do the bottom over here, that's the bottom spectrum of energies we're dancing within. This is the bottom spectrum of energies we're dancing within the biggest. That's the... So that was the spectrum of energies we were dancing within for all the 12 astrological signs. The glare's there, isn't it? That's a shame. We've then contracted, that was the initial hole. We then contracted into the parts of the 12 astrological signs, and now we're going out. Okay, so we're expanding outwards. This is the bottom, the subconscious, the unaware, the unseen of the bigger expansion outwards, and it's amazing. Lagoon 21, Lagoon, the cosmic ocean. Cosmic ocean of every emotion, ebbing in and out of everything. Collective memories rolling and reaching in and out of life. Teasing and testing our inner resolve. Cosmic rivers know their purpose is to seek the greater expansive ocean. There the water is different and the journey more thrilling. Let go, dive in, swim. Engage the flow and live your fullest purpose. Stop drowning by fighting life's natural course. We're just going to do now, we invite you to put your hands on your heart and take some deep breaths and connection to your heart for Ocean Gate's submersive Titan that imploded and the 5 people on it, especially the 19-year-old. For all of them, we hope they have ease of passage crossing over the Rainbow Bridge. So a minute silent, please. And all our thoughts and love go out for all the families and friends and loved ones of these souls. Free flying, beautiful beings. That was just popped up deeply then. I think the deep dives and the cosmic ocean, it came up. So the top of the pack, we're pretty sure, was 25 for the first hole, which we then contracted inwards, and now we're expanding outwards into the greater hole. Top of the pack, the conscious, the seen, the aware. We love it. 66, the number of healing. Master number, power number as Russell calls it. We love these master numbers, these power numbers, and we live at number 66, so there's great alignment now between these energetics, these reading, and where our physical footprint is. But with a master number and the axes we were talking about at the start, the plus, the minus, the divide, the multiply, 6 times 6 is 36. 6 divided by 6 is 1. 6 minus 6 is 0. And plus is 12. So you've got 0, 1, 12, and 36 would be the graph. But with master numbers, you all have a 0. And for us, the 0 is the center, the vacuum equilibrium, the center of the black hole, the center of the void, the center of each spinning vortex of energy of each chakra. So yeah, that's just me. And this is like you've got your arms and your feet and your legs, your head and your tail, north node, south node, Rahu, I think it's Rahu and Ketu and Rahu, the tail and the head, Rahu being the head, the north node, the destination. Static needs, and it's 12, 6 plus 6 is like 12 as well. It's like a 12. All physical manifestations require structural frames to hold form. Atomic microfractals echo swell to cosmic tensile macro scaffolding, holding static. Learn the firm boundaries and edges of the space your cells create as flesh. Sense the skin of your shell's perimeter and push your conscious energy beyond. Be charged. Be ready to arc your love into the etheric. Love is all keys, locksmith to all vaults. What could be more vital than love in all things? That's just, we love it. It's amazing. So we're not going to turn these over yet. We're going to roll the die for Cancer, where we started. So we expanded outwards on the spectrum of energies. We're now coming back in to the part where we started of Cancer for the die that we missed. And we have number 1, the south of the body. Pluto for the collective, rebirth into our new, authentic, integral, unconditional, loving selves. Libra, having that new relationship with self-compassion, self-unconditional love, patience, self-nurturing, acceptance, all of what we mentioned earlier, because then that's what we can give to others and create a society and a global nation. Our individual harmonic projection to create the collective projection, collective unconscious and conscious. So they're the Cancer energies that we missed on the die at the start. We're then going to turn, these were given, this was chosen, so we're going to turn a given. 64, the Merkaba complex, the unseen energetic complex stability, the divine masculine, like we said at the start as well. Wackend, watcher, animal totem. And the cats, yeah, we love cats. Thanks, Worm, Wow, and Zendaya. Spirit familiar, spirit familiar frequency that waits, watching for you to sight us. Spirit familiar frequency that waits, watching for you to sight its presence. It does not walk with you, but gazes through you, through the glare of beasts and bugs that eyeball you. When you eventually connect, it will walk with you, reach out to teach you, and then flee like the sun at dusk. This is your connection to the creatures around you, and is the breath that connects to all mystical fauna you've previously been. Cherish the lessons those unremembered lives have taught you. We are all the creation's creatures. So this is Ophiuchus, this is bringing it together. And 64, the divine masculine complex stability, bringing it together. 66 and 21. We'll do those. Yeah, well, we're going to love doing this. Now we're going to do the chosen. Hell, returning light. 76. So we've got 77 and now 76. Ah, beautiful, bright child light, blighted by mighty Odin in fear of his fate. How refused Odin's request to return Baldur's light, aware that death is simply a parallel dimension to life. Everything dies. Welcome her corporeal truth. Raise hell to embrace life and return to the world your fullest light. Hell's disruption opens portals of divine reconstruction. Burn like hell, brightly. Yeah. And the given one again. 57, the number of teaching and learning. And it's Ophiuchus we're on. We were going to say they're very Leo's colours. Gutting resolve. Geotan or Geotan. Out of time, the elves shine down a divine opportunity to clear a mountainous blockage before you. Thank you. Guard your energy as you approach the poisoned path. Emotional challenges ring-fence your soul. Trust you know the hidden truths you fear to voice. Step into the venomous valley where you will shed not tears, but blood songs, sung by those who walked before you. Gut their morbid melodies and march mellifluously, mellifluously up the mountain, spill out and conquer yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So what are the die for Ophiuchus? Sagittarius, 12, and Jupiter. Jupiter is the ruler of the traditional just the ruler of Sagittarius. Sagittarius, we're in the galactic center at 27 degrees, we said, and then there's house 12. So that's we like that at the end there for the galactic center with Sagittarius and Jupiter. Jupiter, the turn of the wheel, 10, vagus nerve being the 10th cranial nerve. Expansion, we talked about the expansion and expanding outwards. And speaking of expansion, we're now going to do the everyday witch everyday witch tarot. We need to change our posture again, I think. So please give us a card for Ophiuchus, and then we're going to contract back inwards and do 12 cards together in a spread together, bringing all the inner parts into complete harmonic alignment of the Astro energies. Starting as a whole, a smaller whole, imploding inwards to the parts, expanding outwards to a bigger whole, going into the whole of the parts again. So, card for Ophiuchus, please, from our most favourite oracle deck. We need to buy a large size of this. We've got the miniature size. The miniature size is in use for our seasonal board cards at the moment. Thank you. Love it. Absolutely love it. Jupiter, card 10. The Wheel of Fortune, the ruler of Sagittarius. Yeah, Worm is a black and white kitten. Black and white kitten, Worm from next door's neighbour's kitten, came in earlier. And we've got it's on the house here actually. The thing with house, star, sun, 2, 3, 4. There's only 8 options. You'd think there'd be 10 options on the wheel there, but it's at the house, it's at the home, we're at home in our body. So that's an amazing card for Ophiuchus there. With everyone, the whole. And now we want to do the spectrum energies. So the bottom of the pack, so we're going to put that one there. See how it lines up in a minute. The bottom of the pack of the spectrum of energies is the 6 of Swords, motion, leaving the old mindsets behind, embracing the new frequencies of 6, unconditional love. The top of the pack, spectrum energies, the consciously aware, the seen, it's complete harmony and union and marriage of all of it. The 4 of Wands, celebration with marriage because of the union. Cheers, it sure is a celebration. We absolutely love it, but we're really tired, so we don't have the energy to express that. And now, because it's choice and free will, we're going to bring all the 12 astrological signs together with these cards that we love. 4, 8, 12. Okay, 3 rows of 4 or 2 rows of 6? 2 rows of 6. Yeah, I thought you'd say that because 6 is the number, and that's what just came out earlier in the cards, isn't it? And so which one are we doing first? Are we going to do it in the same order as before? backwards from Leo. Okay, but not backwards in that pattern. No, the top by tenor. Okay, so done Ophiuchus. So we've got, do we do it this way here? Yeah, but do speak one more. Okay, and a loop going round. Okay, so Leo backwards, yeah? Leo, Cancer, Gemini, Taurus, Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra, Virgo. Oh, you're confusing us because you're spreading it out, and so we're having to Virgo. So Virgo, see if I can get Virgo, Libra. God, backwards was easier. I thought that was going to be hard. Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. Going forward's really hard. Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo. Yeah, well done. Poor. I know some of us are backwards, and the backwards ones we find easier, so that's really good that we did that backwards first and then forwards. Okay, so Leo, 7 of Cups, choices. Looks like she's reaching up for the heart. Her face looks really frowning and stuff. Oh, what have we got left in there in battery? It's going to die pretty soon. 4%, so that's cool. And the cat's cleaning itself. It's a black cat with bits of white. Looks like it, no, not quite. I was going to say it's almost a black tuxedo. So it looks like she's potentially could be going for the heart in the cup, which would make sense for Leo. So that's awesome, the 7 of Cups. So let's turn them all over and then we'll bring it all together. 7 of Cups, she's getting the heart out and she's putting it into a cauldron to mix up a special unconditional love potion to put out into the collective unconscious through her natural gifts and energies, which takes her into her own energies of the Strength card, of number 8 and Affinity, the number of manifestation. So Leo, we're going backwards, aren't we, again? Oh, why do you keep to one more? So we've got Leo, Cancer, Gemini, Taurus is the King of Wands. Had these energies before. Taurus, Aries, the 3 of Wands. Pisces, the Knight of Wands. Aquarius, 11, Justice. Aquarius is house 11 and the collective, and Justice is an air sign like Aquarius. Capricorn, 5 of Pentacles. We had that at the start, didn't we, the beginning? And 5 is the house of our Capricorn, not the collective. 17, the star for Sagittarius, the galactic center. 13, Death for Scorpio, that's Scorpio's card, very aligned with the transformation. And 4 of Pentacles for Libra. And Virgo is 14, the Temperance, Sagittarius. So that's interesting. We've ended like that because we're ending on Vrikshasana. Vrikshasana is tree pose. Tree pose has a healthy trunk, it's a balancing pose, so there's balance in one's body, one's heart, one's mind. We felt that when we gain balance, strength and flexibility in our body, then so we'll have balance, strength and flexibility in our mind. She's actually got one eye open, just noticed there. So that would be, if you do yoga at all, doing this pose and seeing what it feels like to have one eye open and one eye closed, and try each eye in one pose and then do the other side of the leg standing up and do the other eye. So bringing all those signs together, bringing all the astro energies together into the whole, it's the same energies again. It's a big shift. It's a rebirth into one's own leadership because one's connected to their heart, having strength to face their fears and create movement into the new adventures. being on the edge of that cliff and looking over at the waters, not being fearful of falling off, not wanting to jump off, just enjoying the view, enjoying all the different types of birds that are nesting in the cliff. And that just reminds us of Dakota. Dakota come when he lived with us in our van, we'd go on our cliff paths with him, and it's really nice to have that. Not nice, that's a terrible, not good enough word, but absolutely amazing to we're tired and we can feel ourselves not feel it, but we can feel ourselves not get emotional and not get sad because we miss him so much, we miss the van so much, we miss the lifestyle like that so much. But we're ready for our next chapter. If we're ready for our next chapter, you're ready for your next chapter. The energies are absolutely, we didn't check them out, the energies at the moment are so opportunistic for us bracing our internal authenticity and integrity with such ease, acceptance, patience, gratitude, and because we are going to have all that, then that's what we're going to give out there to the world, because that's our energy, and therefore that's the energy that we're going to give out there, that's the energy that we're going to attract. And what amazing energies to infect others with, such strength and stability and balance between the upper heavens and lower earth, the upper worlds, the upper realms and the underworld. No more feeling left out in the cold, just enjoying being in the cold and in the snow when we have to go out in the cold. Some cold water therapy to help continue the journey to complete autonomic nervous system regulation. 8-8, Knights of 12, which we consider Knights of 12, which breaks down to 3. So you've got 8-8, you've got 33. Kings we think of as 14, so you've got 14-14. 3-3 abstractly can be put together for an 8, so therefore you've got 8-8-8. 17's a star, so that's 8, so you've got 8-8-8-8. 88 is the number of manifestation, 88 is the number of abundance, so you've got double 88 and double abundance. You've got a number 11 already, so that's a double 1. 14 can break down to 55, 55 the number of adventure. 13 is death. 13 breaks, this can add up to 4. 4 right next to it. 44 is the number of environment, that came up earlier. So we've got 44, 55 or 14-14, 88 and 88 or 8-8-8 and 33. We also came up with 77 earlier. 7 multiplied by 1 is 7, so we've got the number 77 here. 11 is 2. You've got the Knight, which is 12. The 12 could be 1 multiplied by 2, so you've got 22. So we've got 11, we've got 22, we've got 33, we've got 44, we've got 55, we've got 77, we've got 88. We didn't have 66, but we already got 66. We've got the 4 of Wands up here. We do have the 6 here. So 66, we don't have a 99 either, but we've got all of the rest. We've got all of them apart from 66 and 99, but 66 came up earlier and we've done 99 us personally. So yeah, we've got all the master numbers of all the linear masculine 3D dimensional world. That's absolutely incredible. It's just the 66 and the 99, which is the end of the Tesla codes on the master number. But we've got 33, we've got the start, and we are stepping into the new role of Leo energies, shining outwards, expression energies, with the Leo moon going inwards, with our new heart, our new postural alignment that's just going to get more and more aligned. That's just incredible. Our nose is really, we can smell someone smoking outside. That's amazing that our nose is that sensitive. So that's us. We're done. You want to roll the dice for a finalization of all of it together. 11. We've already got the 11 down there. This one here, I don't know if you can see. You can't see that one there. It's on an angle again. The angle, it's kind of Cancer, Scorpio, Virgo, Aquarius, but we're going to throw that one again. Oh, Libra. So we've got 11, Libra. These energies kind of came up before. And Mercury. Community, technology, friends, humanity, humanitarian, relationships, healthy, harmonic relationships with self, earth, others, into a new understanding and a new sense of communication, where we understand that we can communicate intuitively, psychically, instinctually, and words are just the least of the form of the communication. And the more that we understand ourselves, the more we can communicate with others, which is what we need for healthy leadership. Leaders create more leaders. So that was absolutely incredible. Look up at the camera. Thank you so much for joining us live, Amy, and anyone else that popped in. Thank you so much for joining us, anyone that comes along in your present moment, in our current, now, future. This has just been amazing for us, and we hope that it's been amazing for you too. And if you've got any experience that you want to share down in the comments, we'd love to hear them. Yeah, things are wow. Things are really wow. Enjoy your journeying and your connection to your biggest heart and your brightest light and your leadership qualities that you're going to shine out there. It's been a pleasure. We're going to figure out and end our broadcast. 4 hours, 15 minutes, 34. Take care of yourselves. Namaste.